All right, welcome to the Appropriations Committee. We have a number of bills to hear today. We will start with House Bill 524. I believe the Stadium Authority is with us, and we'll welcome you forward. How are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Wraith. I'm with the Maryland Stadium Authority. Before you today is House Bill 524. This bill is a technical amendment to House Bill 896 that was passed last year during the General Assembly. That bill allowed modifications to the bonding authorization and lottery associated with the Camden Yards complex. There was an omission of creating two financing funds in that bill. One financing fund would be for the baseball stadium. One financing fund would be for the football stadium. These financing funds are created for the purpose of pledging them to the bondholders as security versus what we have done historically for the debt at Camden Yards was a master lease arrangement. And with a master lease arrangement, that was classified as tax-supported debt, which could impact the ratios of the debt affordability calculations. So by creating these two financing funds, we're able to create what's called a revenue bond. This is what is used to secure, as I said, any new bonds issued forward. It would not impact any of the ratios associated with the capital debt affordability calculations. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Sounds technical in nature, so we
yes,
appreciate it.
Yes, it's only technical in nature.
Any questions about this technical bill? Don't see any. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 524. House Bill 735 is the annual facilities bonding bill for USM. You have anything to add to that, Mr. Hogan? It's your annual.
Thank you. Very briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Patrick Hogan with the University System of Maryland, here testifying in support of House Bill 735. This is our annual departmental bill, which authorizes $30 million in academic facilities bonds for the purpose of financing construction, renewal projects, and renovations across the system. Similar bill has passed for each year of the last couple decades. Specifically, the bill authorizes $5 million for infrastructure projects at College Park and $25 million for other projects across the system. For a list of those projects, they are all in the capital budget book on pages 22 and 23, if you would like more detail. And we would ask for a favorable report, Mr. Chair. Probably more than a couple decades now.
Of the General Assembly. We had Ms. Ripken with us today.
That's right.
We won't break the streak. We won't break the streak. Any questions? All right, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 735. House Bill 789. So, you doing Delegate Jones' bill? Okay, great. Yes. Excellent.
Mr. Chair, may I bring my panel up?
Yes, sir. Just identify them if you can.
Wonderful. Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Josh Paper, the Chief of Staff for Delegate Dana Jones. First off, she would like me to send her regrets for not being able to be here today. Unfortunately, she came down with pneumonia. I come before you today to testify on HB 789, a bill that would establish the State Disaster Recovery Fund. Last session, Delegate Jones sponsored HB 386 that expanded debt eligibility uses of the Small Minority and Women-Owned Businesses account and established a work group to study the establishment of a state disaster relief fund in response to a tragedy that took place in her district. On September 1st, 2021, a Category EF2 tornado tore through the city of Annapolis and parts of Edgewater, leaving an immense amount of destruction in its path. Dozens of businesses and over 100 homes sustained devastating damage or were completely destroyed. Delegate Jones' constituents have shared with her their considerable and protracted struggles attempting to rebuild their lives and businesses. Unfortunately, the current structures and bureaucratic hoops embedded in the state government make it nearly impossible to sufficiently and rapidly respond to such disasters. By not having either a state emergency declaration issued or a presidential disaster declaration granted, local governments are only able to rely on a local disaster declaration, which does not currently authorize access to state disaster recovery programs. The City of Annapolis, Anne Arundel County, and local non-governmental organizations continue to provide as much assistance as possible, yet residents continue to be met with extensive challenges in state bureaucracy when trying to utilize state programs activated outside of the state emergency declaration. As referenced in the recommendations for the establishment of a state disaster relief fund, report to the Maryland General Assembly as required by HC 386, Maryland's current relief mechanisms are siloed, mostly unfunded programs, which create barriers to access and significant delays in distributing aid. This is especially true in historically underserved neighborhoods with less financial and bureaucratic literacy, which bear the burden of those delays. Given the identified limitations on the current state disaster relief landscape and the use and implementation of the current catastrophic event account, the work group recommends establishing a separate fund to be administered by MDEM for the express purposes of individual, local government, and private nonprofit sector disaster relief and recovery. Delegate Jones is introducing this legislation with an amendment that is the product of collaboration with the Governor's Office, Department of Emergency Management, and our cross-file Senator Elfreth, and I want to highlight a key change. Rather than requiring the $20 million mandated appropriation with the amendments, we will instead abolish the catastrophic event account and require a fund balance transfer of the $10.1 million in the fund to the newly created State Disaster Recovery Fund. As we will hear from our panelists and see on your floor system, HB 789 has received letters of support from MDEM, City of Annapolis, Office of Emergency Management, MACO, and others. I respectfully urge a favorable report on this legislation to allow our local governments to take quick and meaningful action after local emergencies, and I welcome any questions the committee has about the bill as amended.
Pushing her back soon.
Will do.
Let's have your panel testify, and then we can take questions. So whoever wants to jump in.
Thank you very much. For the record, Secretary Russell Strickland, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, and special thanks to the committee chair, vice chair, and all of the committee for being here. To me, this is a historical moment. One thing that the governor is very, very sensitive about and pushes for is to leave no one behind. And the state government currently has no comprehensive mechanism to provide disaster recovery assistance to individuals, businesses, or local governments if federal aid is not available. Simply put, our current disaster relief policy leaves many of our neighbors behind. This bill directly reflects the recommendation of a comprehensive state disaster relief fund working group, which met over the course of several months in 2022 and studied various models of disaster assistance programs, as well as heard from recent disaster survivors. Many of Maryland's disasters do not reach the federal aid threshold. Thus, Maryland has only had 3 IA, which is individual assistance declarations, in 20 years, Isabel, Sandy, and the COVID event. Even when we do, studies show federal aid has significant barriers and leaves our underserved communities and low-income residents behind. Current state assistance programs are not pre-funded and are not well coordinated in the aftermath of disasters. When combined with a risk reduction strategy that invests in hazard mitigation for our communities, this bill will significantly increase Maryland's resilience in the face of local disasters. The data collection required in this bill is critical to understanding Maryland's impact from disasters that don't reach federal thresholds. Data collection will support disaster risk reduction decision-making at the state and local levels and will underpin the state's resiliency strategy and hazard mitigation plan that we are responsible for under the Office of Resilience mandated through the passage in 2022. In an effort many of the Budget and Taxation Committee members supported. So in conclusion, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management urges a favorable report with the proposed sponsor amendments to this bill, State Disaster Recovery Fund. We thank you.
Good afternoon. Greetings to the chair and members of the committee. My name is Preeti Emmerich, and I am the director of the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management. The events that occurred in September 2021 in Anne Arundel County and the city of Annapolis shone a spotlight on a common problem in the state: a lack of dedicated funding to help communities that experience micro disasters. A smaller scale incident does not mean the effects are any less devastating to local communities. FEMA does not fund local disasters. And let me repeat this again in a different way. FEMA does not fund small disasters. The federal system does not work for micro disasters. The dedicated work group that was created to study the development of the fund was comprised of many sectors in the state. We had large counties, we had small counties, we had municipalities, and they all agreed on one thing. We can do better. The state of Maryland can do better for our communities. And we focused on 3 areas. Number 1, equity and inclusion. There are communities that are left behind by the traditional process, and especially with the burdensome application process. We are striving to streamline that application. Number 2, timeliness. It took several months for the residents of Anne Arundel County and the city of Annapolis to see some financial relief. And during that time, we visited all the residents, did the damage assessment, and told them, we hope help is coming. And third, if I can continue, whole community groups. Even with the federal declaration, there are gaps with the strict criteria that the federal funding is subjected to. And please support the bill.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Simmons. I'm the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for the City of Annapolis. Good afternoon, everyone. I offer this testimony to voice my support for House Bill 789, a bill that provides local units of government, such as the City of Annapolis, with the capability to access state recovery funding in the aftermath of a localized disaster. On September 1st, which I was one of the first responders, an unprecedented Category EF2 tornado struck the city of Annapolis, resulting in over 100 homes, businesses, local nonprofit organizations within Annapolis and Anne Arundel County being damaged or completely destroyed. The parole community, an historic black and brown community, was one of the hardest hit areas in Annapolis. Many of the impacted residents were seniors living on a fixed income or families living in generational housing with incomes below the poverty level. And many of the homes were uninsured or underinsured. As a result, the ability of the community to start the recovery process was significantly delayed by there not being dedicated funds to assist individuals and households after local resources were exhausted. Had there been the ability for local governments to access a state disaster recovery fund as proposed in this bill, it would allow the City of Annapolis to provide equitable disaster recovery assistance to its residents in a quick and fiscally responsible manner. Instead, we continue assisting many parole residents a year and 6 months after the tornado event. As an experienced first responder, incident management team coordinator, deputy fire chief, and executive director within the field of emergency management for the past 40 years, I'll make one more point if I could. I attest to the benefits of this bill, summarized in 3 points. The bill will provide disaster recovery relief for small Maryland cities and towns, as well as the counties in Baltimore City. The Disaster Recovery Fund will be managed and administered by the Maryland Department of Emergency Management and local appointed emergency managers, the industry experts in disaster recovery. And finally, the disaster recovery will focus on recovery of lower income and underserved communities, ensuring no one is left behind.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Delegate Mangione.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you can't answer, I mean, I can obviously ask Delegate Jones. I'm sorry that I hope she feels much better. And thank you for being here. I guess my 2 questions would be, so this assistance, because obviously Annapolis, and thank you for your service, was terribly hit with that disaster that happened. I can't imagine how much the amount was. So how do you go about how much, I mean, there could be 1 disaster a year, there could be 10 disasters a year. Each, I guess, disaster can used from the fund? And is the fund, sorry if you answered this, but is it used for just small resources like those who have lost their homes and whatnot for now, like tents or bottled waters, stuff like that? Or is it used to rebuild infrastructure to help them get back on their feet? Because obviously $20 million probably can't go too long of a way if there's incredible damage like situations in Annapolis. So just trying to learn more about the bill, if you can touch on that, please.
No, I can get with you offline with Delegate Jones regarding like the specific implementation in terms of how those monies will be used, because to my understanding, that will be set up through MDEM, through the administration of the fund in terms of specific amounts. I can't say that the bill does specifically say recovery assistance to individuals and families when local government has submitted a request for a disaster declaration, but a federal disaster declaration has not been received, as well as other cases. Assistance to local governments for repair and reconstruction of a public facility, again, when a federal disaster declaration has not been received.
Panel? Okay, I think there are a couple of other witnesses on this bill, Christopher Maid and Kevin Finale. Come on up. Thank you all for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in strong support of the bill. You have my written testimony, and I think the previous panel did a great job explaining why this bill is so important. I'll just say that when this idea came to us from our emergency managers last year, and I know they've been talking about it for much longer, we knew we would need to do our homework. And that's what happened. We got really smart people in a room around a table representing different communities, different professions, and this is the byproduct of their work. This is a great bill. You've heard about the gaps that exist currently. These disasters, these micro disasters, are happening more and more frequently as a result of a changing climate. They're happening in all of your counties, and all of your residents are affected. So we need this bill to make sure that we can get money out the door quickly to help people rebuild critical infrastructure, repair their homes, things like that. The bill also would allow local governments, nonprofits to issue low or no interest loans to residents and businesses so that they can get back on their feet quickly. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report. We're in strong support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
My name is Chris Meid. Thank you for having me here today. I'm the emergency management planner for the City of Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, and I worked as the recovery specialist and disaster case manager for the city in the aftermath of the 2021 Annapolis tornado. I'm here also in support of House Bill 789, which establishes the State Disaster Recovery Fund, but it also allows for the portion of the fund to be used to finance disaster case management services. I believe the funding of disaster case management services is an important part of this bill, as it's a necessary component in helping disaster survivors recover in a more effective and equitable manner. Currently, when a local disaster occurs without a federal declaration, the ability for local governments to increase their capacity for disaster case management workers is very limited. Having a state mechanism to fund local disaster case management services helps to ensure our local residents are able to access the crucial support programs and work through their long road to recovery. While working as a disaster case manager following the tornado, I was able to witness firsthand the challenges and obstacles that our more vulnerable and underserved communities face. Over the past year and a half, residents have described to me their issues and concerns with the current patchwork of recovery assistance programs being offered. The applications are complex, the amount of required documentation can be overwhelming, and the feasibility and accessibility to submit applications is currently difficult. These residents have described challenges with accessing state disaster housing programs, negotiating with insurance companies, and navigating state bureaucracy, all of which has led to financial hardships that they're still suffering from today. I believe this bill will help to rectify these issues by streamlining the state's ability to support additional caseworkers who can then help survivors navigate these tasks. I respectfully ask that you provide a favorable recommendation for this bill and support the establishment of the fund, which can be used to support disaster case management services. Thank you.
We have the amendment that they mentioned. I couldn't find it, but if. Amendment.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 789. I see Delegate Attar here. You can move that up. I just need to make sure the witnesses are here since we're going to move it early. Is Mr. Alston and Mr. Harmon, are you here?
They are.
If you are, all right, let's call House Bill 375.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you moving me up. For the record, I'm Delegate Dahlia Attar, presenting House Bill 375, Coaches Mental Health Training. Last year, Marcus Alston, who's with us, reached out to me, bringing this important issue to my attention. It's very easy for us to ignore mental health issues, and it's very prevalent and affects many people. So House Bill 375 requires public schools that offer a mainstream athletic program and public institutions of higher education that offer an athletic program to provide mental health first aid training to each participating coach. Mental health first aid training is defined as recognizing and responding to indicators of mental illness and behavioral distress, including depression, trauma, violence, youth suicide, and substance abuse, and identifying professional resources to help students in crisis. Our students have many stresses, and our athletic students have even more at times. This bill is extremely important, and since I'm in front of the Appropriations Committee, I want to point out that the fiscal note says there's a minimal impact, if any. And with that, I will ask for a favorable report and turn to my panel of experts. Thank you.
Delegate Barnes, members of the Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee, my name is Marcus Alston, founder and executive director of Alston for Athletes. As a former Division I student athlete with lived experience, I'm in support of House Bill 375. Coaches serve as a first responder to student athletes. They go through CPR training, but they do not go through mental health first aid training. CPR training is used in a life or death situation for a student athlete, but a mental health crisis can be a life or death situation for a student athlete as well. So how come coaches are not properly equipped to help out a student athlete in crisis? As student athletes, we often confide in our coaches about personal things we are dealing with, but only 18% of youth coaches are confident they can support their student athletes' mental health. And 67% of youth coaches want more training in this area. If I had a coach who was mental health first aid certified, I could have potentially found out about my mental illness at a much earlier age as opposed to finding out about it after I graduated college. COVID-19 can lead to PTSD symptomology, which will have lasting effects on the future generation of young student athletes. There were approximately 18 youth deaths related to COVID-19 the past 3 years, while there were approximately 166 youth suicides. Now think about all the health precautions that were put in place for the youth during COVID-19 versus what is being done for youth suicide. Johns Hopkins helps set the golden standard for healthcare in our country. Johns Hopkins University has already been ahead of the curve, having certified their coaches in mental health first aid training within the past year. Now is the time for other public institutions to follow suit so that this is a standard across the state of Maryland. There's a much needed change for mental health and athletics, and I believe House Bill 375 is a step in the right direction. For reasons expressed, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 375. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Harmon. I'm a physical education and health teacher at Meade Senior High School here in Anne Arundel County. I've also been a coach for the last 17 years at the high school and collegiate levels. I'm here to speak about how I believe mental health first aid training should be a required course for all public school coaches in the state of Maryland. I took the mental health first aid training in 2017. I'm also certified to teach it. A coach is one of the most influential voices in an athlete's life, and one coach interacts with thousands of athletes throughout their career. Our kids are hurting. We are navigating a mental health crisis. It's not our kids that are broken. We are just not giving them the tools that they need to cope. 1 in 6 U.S. youth aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year. 50% of all lifetime mental illness begins by age 14. When an athlete suffers a physical injury, we as coaches have education and resources to get them the appropriate care. When an athlete is suffering mentally and emotionally, we do not have the same foundation to support them. I have used my mental health first aid training literally in hundreds of incidents in a 6-year span, compared to the handful of physical ailments I've had to deal with. Athletes and coaches often sacrifice their mental well-being for a sport. Data shows that up to 35% of elite athletes suffer from mental health crisis, which may manifest as stress, eating disorders, burnout, depression, or anxiety. One study from the National Athletic Trainers Association found that many student athletes report higher levels of negative emotional stress than their non-student athlete peers. Mental health first aid training course, you learn risk factors and warning signs for mental health and addiction concerns, strategies for how to help someone in both crisis and non-crisis situations, and where to turn for help, including multiple helplines that are available. We must learn to talk about mental health more freely and treat it just like we do physical health. This can be achieved by bringing mental health first aid to schools and coaches and help build the understanding around these challenges statewide. We must normalize using these helplines. It's okay to not be okay. Can I finish 10 more seconds? Mental health first aid is a vital piece that student athletes are missing. It will help make their experience one to look back on fondly. We undoubtedly need it in all of our public schools. I am in full support and favorable of this.
All right, thanks for being with us. Any questions for the panel or the bill sponsor? So, and I neglected to say we are joined by Ways and Means. We have two, Delegate Patterson. All right, and if you all have any questions, just let us know. All right, thanks for being with us. Any questions from the committee? Seems pretty straightforward. Thank you, Delegate. Thanks for being with us. Thank you all for joining us. Delegate Ivey has no witnesses with his bill, so we're going to get him to his next bill hearing, 1126.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the whole committee. I appreciate your indulgence here. It's a pretty straightforward bill, House Bill 1126. Delegate Ivey here putting it forward. What it does is allow for municipalities and other jurisdictions to apply for a grant to offer sign-on bonuses for police officers. In my county, we are understaffed at the county level, at the municipality level, in every municipality. There are certain larger municipalities that are offering $25,000 sign-on bonuses, and so they're taking all of the applicants that are qualified to be officers. So I know that it's got a fiscal note attached to it. I hope that we can narrow the scope of this legislation to really focus on our smallest municipalities. And with that, I ask for a favorable report. Thank you. Thank you.
Delegate Crosby, 1042. Mr. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, Delegate Brian Crosby here to present House Bill 1042, the Historic St. Mary's Commission Reform Act of 2023. As many of you are aware, we approved an audit, which you all funded through an independent agency last year. We got the preliminary report, and myself and my senator, who is the cross-file, working in a bipartisan fashion, have taken significant steps through this bill to address many of the concerns, long-term concerns that are needed to provide oversight to the Commission, which is an independent agency without really any other larger unit of state government to look after them. While we're still waiting for that full audit, we've been in constant discussions and have really, this is where the bill came out of. First, we are confident that the Commission can respond to the concerns raised by the audit promptly and fully, and part of this bill requires them to report their progress in reporting and addressing its recommendations. And like I said, this is really the long-term solution. It formalizes a regular review of their operating procedures and puts them in writing and makes them comply with state law. It enacts guardrails to govern the relationship between the Commission and the Foundation, which is a separate entity set up for fundraising. It makes changes to their membership. It really clarifies provisions regarding their election of officers and meetings and how they're conducted. Additionally, it adds one representative from the Native and/or Indigenous community. It requires the Commission to develop and publish written policies regarding their operating procedures, including policies regarding procurement, human resources, payroll, cash management, et cetera, which there has been a lot of consternation around in the past. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report with the amendments. Thank you for considering this legislation. Thank you.
on House Bill 1042. We have two Montgomery County bills, starting with House Bill 763. I think Delegate Shetty is presenting.
Hi, colleagues. It's good to be on this side of the stage here. For the record, Delegate Emily Shetty, House Bill 763. This is a local Montgomery County bill that would allow for binding arbitration procedures during the collective bargaining process in the sheriff's office. This bill passed unanimously in our delegation, and it is one of three bills. You heard a similar bill that Delegate Corman presented on Tuesday regarding our Housing Opportunities Commission, and then I have the third bill next regarding parking planning. Happy to take any questions, and I request a favorable report.
We move to House Bill 797. I think there is a witness to join Delegate Shetty, Ms. Borden.
Oh, okay.
If you're here, you can come on up and testify after Delegate Shetty.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 797, for the record, Delegate Emily Shetty. I'm here in support of the bi-county bill. It is bi-county because the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission is an entity within Montgomery County and Prince George's County. This bill similarly authorizes collective bargaining dispute authorization procedures, and it passed unanimously out of both delegations. Respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, Ms. Borden.
Hi, I'm Jordan Bockham-Colbert. Deborah Borden is actually on her way en route, but permission to speak on her behalf? No? Okay. We have testimony in the packet written. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
763. I'm sorry, 797. We'll go to House Bill 637. I think Delegate Wyville is coming, but I think there is a panel as well. So we can start with the panel and wait for Delegate Wyville. Kevin Clappert and Patrick McAndrew, is that who we have with us?
Yes, sir.
I recognize Mr. McAndrew.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barnes, Vice Chairman Chang, members of the committee. Patrick McAndrew, counsel for the Washington County Fraternal Order of Police.
And Delegate Wyville, you can come right on up. We're starting the bill hearing here.
I certainly cede to the delegate.
Yep. And why don't we go ahead, Mr.
I was in
McAndrew?
judiciary yesterday and was expecting your bills to go much longer.
Yeah, we go a little faster.
Thank you.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barnes and Vice Chair Chang and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. It's an honor to be here before you to present House Bill 637. The bill authorizes the sheriff and county administrator to engage in collective bargaining with the deputy sheriffs and correctional officers at the rank of sergeant and below, should they so choose to do so. So it's enabling legislation, and we would ask for a favorable report.
Bargaining for your jurisdiction?
Yes, for our police officers and correctional officers.
Great. Love it. Mr. McAndrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continuing on, we thank the committee for this hearing. I was about to say we want to also thank Delegate Wyville and the delegation for bringing this legislation forward. And we believe that for all the stakeholders in Washington County, this is a very good bill. We have submitted written testimony, and we'll submit on that today. President Clappert and I certainly stand for any questions that the committee may have, and we respectfully ask for a favorable report on this legislation. And again, we can't thank Delegate Wyville and the delegation enough for this legislation and submitting it. Thank you.
All right. Did you want to add anything, sir?
Just thank the committee and Delegate Wyville for his work on this bill, and here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yep. Bill looks great. Any questions for this panel? All right. Delegate Wyville, thank you. Mr. McAndrew, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the bill hearing. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Move to House Bill 1123, Delegate Young. Oh, I guess Delegate Young is, we are moving pretty quickly, so. Do we have anybody from the committee? Let's see, Delegate Acevedo. Well, let's just hold. Next delegate that arrives will be the next delegate we call.
Glad I
Welcome,
was
sir.
on time, Mr. Chair.
Right on
Mr.
time.
Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Delegate Kalen Young, here for House Bill 1123, Correctional Services, Maryland Correctional Enterprises, Minimum Wage, and Inmate Financial Accounts. So I just want to give you all a quick story. As you know, I'm a freshman delegate. I started the same day that the rest of the freshmen started, which was the first day of session, January the 11th. And during that first week, we were all getting moved in. And there were some young brothers who, I got a chance to meet and get to know. They were helping move all of us, these chairs, furniture. The chairs in my desk, in my office, they didn't match. My chief of staff now has a white chair. I don't know where she got it from. But all of that happened as a consequence of the positive relationship that we were able to develop with these young individuals who were helping us move things. So, of course, as young brothers, I say young brothers, and specifically I'm talking about young African-American men, got a chance to talk to them, get to know them, found out these young men were on work release. They were incarcerated on work release. And so, of course, the nosy guy that I am, I asked, well, how much are y'all getting paid? Because I had heard that they would get paid very little. Well, I learned that they were getting paid $3 a day, $96 for the entire month. Frankly, to me, and the first thing I said to my chief of staff, this is slavery and what it looks like right here in the House of Delegates. That is not an exaggeration, family. That is not rhetoric. That is reality. $3 a day, not an hour, a day, is slave wages. So we have this bill. I committed to those young men that I would bring this bill, and here we are today. The goal of this bill specifically is to raise their rate of pay to a minimum wage, just like anybody else, because they were moving those big hutches, the one that you wanted, Delegate Edelson, that ended up behind my chief of staff. They moved that big one from one room to another. They moved chairs. They moved furniture. Labor is labor. Work is work. And if they are taking the risk that they could pull a back, muscle, or anything like that, certainly they deserve the same work. But also, the same wage. But also what's true is they have families. I look at this bill not just about fairness and equity, but more specifically about child poverty. 1 in 3 releases from imprisonment in Maryland return to Baltimore City. I represent East and Northeast Baltimore with one of your colleagues, Delegate Stephanie Smith. And she'll tell you that many of those individuals, of those 1/3, maybe a third of that at least, come to the 45th Legislative District. That is an outsized amount of individuals returning from prison to our district. That is an outsized amount of families who don't have a father in their homes. There are people who want to take care of their children, but obviously don't have the ability to do so, or maybe they are doing so on the $2 and $3 a day that they are getting paid. Now, colleagues, I want to take a moment real quick to just break down that it contemplates and understands that while in prison, the economy is different. So it doesn't ask that they take that full minimum wage into the jail or into the prison. They would still only take that $3, $4, $5 a day into the prison for commissary or things like that. The rest of the money we would put into an account that they could send home to their families, or that they could save until they come home, because the reality is those individuals that are getting released into my communities are going home with a bus ticket and a bag of clothes, a plastic bag with whatever they went in with. And certainly, when we think about recidivism, when we think about the challenges that folks are facing when they return home, having a nest egg to at least get things started will certainly, I think, I would hope to help move them along. Lastly, what I want to also address is if you look at the testimony, you'll see, of course, that this type of a proposal has the potential to bankrupt Maryland Correctional Enterprises because it's a self-sustaining business that we have in our state. Here's what I want to say to that. And recognizing also that we have the financial constraints that you all are dealing with and having to reconcile, I would like to present a few potential proposals, understanding that this may not be doable this year, but certainly there's some things that we could think about doing immediately. The first one is to simply raise the minimum daily rate from the $2.16 an hour that is currently in Maryland to at least $5 a day, excuse me, not $2.16 an hour, $2.16 a day to $5 a day. That's just doubling it. It's not going to be a huge tax. Secondly, we could consider at least paying the individuals who work in the House of Delegates, nowhere else, just the House of Delegates, $5 an hour. We can afford that. And then lastly, what I would certainly appreciate is a study. If you want to amend this bill to just a study so we can look at how we can move from where we are to where we need to be, that would be certainly something that I would be interested in supporting as well. And so with that, colleagues, I really appreciate the opportunity to present before you, and I urge a favorable report on this legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the bill sponsor for presenting the bill. We have a question from Delegate Lewis.
Sure. Thank you for bringing the bill. I just had a question. Does everyone in incarceration get access to work release?
No, there are certain restraints. You got to be on good behavior. You got to, get into the program. But there's also differences depending on what facility that you're in. So you talked about work release. That's a specific program. But my mother, for instance, she's a 20-year retired corrections officer. She worked in Baltimore City at the JI building in Central Book, and she would have cleaning crews, and they would literally pick the individuals that were in good behavior, people that worked well, and those were the individuals she would work with. So there's a lot of different circumstances depending on the institution. Really want to talk to the wardens, but then again, there's also Maryland Correctional Enterprises, which is a more structured situation.
So it's a small group of people, though, who get the opportunity to earn a wage with good behavior, though.
Well, again, it depends on the institution. Maryland Correctional Enterprises, and I think if you look at some of the informational testimony, there's up to 1,200 individuals that could be impacted.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Lewis. Today, joining us on the House Judiciary Committee, we have joining us Delegate Rachel Munoz and also Vice Chair Moon and Delegate Taylor. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor on this bill? I do have a question for the bill. Delegate McComas.
I'm sort of sitting here and thinking, and that's probably a mistake, at least a lot of people would say. My thought is, okay, if there's only a small group of people that are allowed to participate in work release programs, and so if these folks are moving on up as far as making more money, they still live in the general population, right, with the other folks?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
But I would want to follow up on that.
Okay, well, my concern would be, would this create some animosity between the folks that aren't on work release and able to earn more money versus the ones that are on work release and, making some better money, and they get out and see fresh air and can do something meaningful? Because a prison has its own, it's its own community, and it's kind of got its own rules and norms that if you're not inside, you don't really understand. And so I just kind of wonder if that's something you can think about.
No, sir, I think that's certainly something we always have to think about, is making sure that the facility is safe for the officers, making sure it's safe for the other individuals who are having to reside there as well. But what I actually look at this from a different lens also, notwithstanding what you just said and recognizing what you just said, I also think it could have a positive impact on public safety in there, because folks will want to do better, will want to be a part of this. If you got a child at home and it's a single parent home at that point, and you want to contribute, you're going to want to stay on good behavior, so that way you can have that job, so that way you can take care of that child. And so that's kind of the angle that I'm coming from, because it's a lot of guys that come out, it's a lot of guys that's including the guys that I was talking to who have children at home, and that's, even in your jail, for a lot of people, that's the main thing in their life. I mean, people want to take care of their children, but they're in those circumstances, maybe because of their own bad doing, indeed. But if they have that opportunity to still be able to help raise that child, again, I think it'll be a positive impact on the individual, potentially on the facility, but certainly in my district when it comes to the child poverty.
Delegate Mancioni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill. I guess my question, very simple question, would be, if we were going to pay $15 an hour potentially, why would we not go outside of the prison system and look for Marylanders who are not in prison who could really use a job that pays $15 an hour?
No, that's a great question, and certainly one that's been raised to me before. And reality is the compromise I would be willing or open to if you all were to move the bill I would be open to a differentiation. I had a conversation with some of the, I don't want to commit them before I say this, I don't want to commit the administration, but I had some conversations with them. And so we batted around some ideas where maybe we don't do the 15, maybe we stick with the federal minimum wage instead. And so there is a difference there. And again, my biggest concern right now is that they're getting a daily rate that is in single dollars. And so if we can move the ball forward, even if we don't reach the $15 an hour, I think that that's going to be significant.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill? Delegate Acevedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Inmates, they're included in the census count for the purposes of federal dollars, et cetera, and all of that. Isn't that so?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're obviously thinking of inmates, as not just individuals in our communities to be counted, but also folks who will be returning to our communities, particularly those that have served their time. Isn't that so?
That is so.
And so this bill would essentially allow for individuals, let's say, who come from, single parent or need to provide for their family the opportunity. It doesn't guarantee, but it gives folks the opportunity who qualify to be able to participate in this program. Isn't that so?
That is so, and I think it'll have an outsized positive impact in my district.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Delegate Young, for bringing this bill. I wanted to know, isn't it true that the Maryland Correctional Enterprises, that it, as an entity, it qualifies for minority business enterprise exemptions?
I'm not aware of that. It may be true.
It is true. I wanted to bring that up because I've been working to remove that, but it's really important that you're bringing forth this bill, because if MCE is getting exemptions as if it's akin to an MBE and it's not paying people who are primarily people of color a living wage, I find that to be deeply perverse. And Senator Hayes and I have been working on the bigger question for a while, but I think your bill speaks to the heart of what we're trying to address. So thank you.
Great to be aligned with my colleague from the 45th District.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor? Thank you very much. Delegate Young.
And Vice Chair Chang, I just want to thank you also for your help with the information you shared with me on this on this bill as well.
Great. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Great. This afternoon, we have joining us several witnesses who are going to be testifying for the bill, in favor of the bill. We have first Zachary Starr from the UMBC Student Government Association, and Adrian Muldrow with TAME Advocacy. Okay. Mr. Starr, if you like, and also we have Jason Billingsley with Out for Justice. Okay. Well, Mr. Starr, if you'd like to proceed.
All right.
2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, members of the House Appropriations and Judiciary Committees. My name is Zach Starr, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the University of Maryland Baltimore County Student Government Association, also known as the UMBC SGA, and I'm here to testify in strong support of House Bill 1123 on behalf of the UMBC SGA. UMBC and other schools of the USM system purchase classroom furniture that is made with underpaid prison labor from Maryland Correctional Enterprises, or MCE. Currently, per the MCE's own 2022 report, inmates are paid as little as $2.88 per day to make our furniture. The UMBC SGA believes that continuing to purchase furniture made through labor that is extremely underpaid is unethical and goes against our responsibility as students to pursue social justice. Inmates are not. The people who make our furniture are workers and deserve the same workers' rights as the rest of us. There's a common misconception among the general population that inmates do not spend money while incarcerated. This is false, as the money earned by these inmates is often used to buy phone calls and basic necessities like food or clothes and hygiene products from the commissary that none of us can live without. We would also like to note that over 70% of the state's prison population is African American, and continuing to underpay these workers who are disproportionately African American worsens the already massive problem of racial inequity in our justice system. The wage increase in House Bill 1123 is without a doubt a significant improvement over the current payment rate of only a few dollars per day. Additionally, House Bill 1123 would ensure that inmates would be able to access a portion of the money they earn while incarcerated and the full amount upon release, as well as prepare inmates for success once they leave the prison system through the mandatory workforce skills training program. By passing House Bill 1123, even as a study, this body would help ensure that the workers who make the furniture that our students learn on are paid appropriately for their hard work. For this reason, I ask the committee for a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, great. And then just double checking one more time, Jason Billingsley or Adrian Muldrow. We also have a virtual witness. We do not have a virtual witness. Okay, that concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1123. The committee will now move on to House Bill 929, presented by Delegate Riley, Law Enforcement Officers Pension System Benefits. Delegate Riley, if you have a panel, please bring them up.
I do, thank you.
I think we're all here, if you want me to start.
Please do, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the House Appropriations Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Teresa Riley from District 35A, here to introduce HB 929, Law Enforcement Officers Pension System Benefits. This pension bill changes the current benefit formula of the Law Enforcement Officers Pension System, known as LEOPS. It increases the retirement benefit modifier to 2.5% and raises the cap on retirement benefit payments to 70% on average final compensation. There have been concerning trends nationwide with declining officer recruitment and also retention, and it is very important that our state and local law enforcement agencies have access to the best qualified applicants. And if I could just pass my additional time to my panel, because they're from the industry, and I think they can explain why this bill is so important. Introduce yourself.
Hi, committee members, thank you. My name is Jerry Eaton. I'm a sergeant with the Harford County Sheriff's Office. I've been with the agency for 21 years. I'm also the president of the Harford County Deputy Sheriff's Union. I represent over 300 sworn law enforcement members within Harford County who serve every day to keep our citizens safe. Recruitment and retention continue to be a challenge for law enforcement agencies all over the state of Maryland. And although law enforcement candidates enter this profession for many reasons, the ability to earn and retain a reliable pension is certainly a primary consideration for candidates and current members of the LEOPS program. House Bill 929 changes the multiplier for years of critical service. Sergeant Gerald Eaton with the Harford County Sheriff's Office.
We don't have you listed on the witness list here. Okay, Sergeant Eaton. Okay, all right, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, I apologize.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, House Bill 929 does change the multiplier for years of credible service from 2% to 2.5%. LEOPS members who currently retire with 25 years of credible service qualify for 50% of their salary, while members of the Maryland State Police pension system receive 63.5% of their salary. HB 929 will allow those LEOPS members to garner a comparable 2.55% yearly multiplier for a maximum benefit of 70%, similar to the Maryland State Police retirement system. The Harford County Deputy Sheriff's Union is very grateful for your continued efforts to examine and improve our pension benefits, and we ask for a favorable return on House Bill 929. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jim Krasinski. I am the president of Fraternal Order Police Lodge 34, and we do represent the members of the Maryland Transportation Authority Police. The Maryland Transportation Authority Police is the largest organization in LEOPS. There are 22 different agencies that participate in the law enforcement officers pension system. As you've heard, and I'm sure you've heard throughout the session, recruitment and retention is at a terrible rate right now. I can tell you that the Transportation Authority Police right now is 17% vacancies. That's bad. But looking at what we expect in the next 7 to 8 months, we are going to be well over 20% vacancies by the end of this year. That is not sustainable. One way to, and the best way to recruit qualified applicants is to offer a competitive pension and benefit plan. Unfortunately, LEOPS is not competitive. If you look at the numbers, as my colleague said, with the Maryland State Police retirement system, our members from LEOPS will work an average of 5.5 years longer and make 31% less in their pension. When you try to sell that at a recruitment seminar, they hear those numbers and they go down to the next table. There are 22 agencies in LEOPS that desperately need this adjustment. If you look back at the history, the Maryland State Police retirement system was amended in 1999 to raise their multiplier to 2.55. It's time now that we have to adjust LEOPS to compete with that in the ever-dwindling applicant pool. So with that being said, on behalf of the 600 members of Fraternal Order Police Lodge 34, I'm asking for your favorable endorsement.
Mr. Krasinski. And Mr. Glassman, did you want to say anything? You're listed here as a witness. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention, there's also in your packet a possible MACO amendment that I spoke with. The cross-file is by Senator Jackson, which is SB 264. And during the Senate hearing, MACO had put in an amendment that we both, the senator and myself, would be willing to take if that's what this committee so wishes to
Great.
do.
Thank you very much, Delegate Riley. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor or the witnesses? Thank you very much for being here. We also have one virtual witness, Andrew Cummins, and we will hear from Andrew Cummins from Sleola. Mr. Cummins, if you could turn on your camera, please.
I don't have an ability to turn on my camera at the moment, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished committee members.
All right, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished committee members. I'm Andrew Cummins, an officer with the Maryland Natural Resources Police, and a representative of the State Law Enforcement Labor Alliance. The State Law Enforcement Labor Alliance is the exclusive representative of 1,757 active state law enforcement officers, including the following law enforcement pensions and agencies: Maryland Natural Resources Police, Field Enforcement Bureau, Maryland State Fire Marshal, Maryland Capitol Police, Department of Health Police, Maryland Legal Administration Police, Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Intelligence and Investigative Division, Warrant Apprehension Unit of the Division of Parole and Probation, and the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I'll not repeat what the other witnesses on the panel have said, but I will reiterate how Senate Bill 929 will help with one of the largest issues in law enforcement today: recruitment. In 2017, my agency had a little over 1,800 applicants. This past year, we had just over 500. With the increase in the multiplier for the pension system, that will bring us closer to parity with the Maryland State Police, which is also represented under the State Law Enforcement Officer Division lines. We believe that our number of applicants will increase. If not, applicants will continue to seek employment with other agencies who offer more competitive retirement and benefit system. For this reason, the State Law Enforcement Labor Alliance would like to thank the sponsor of this bill and ask the committee for a favorable report for this important legislation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us virtually. And that concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 929. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1048. Delegate Lopez, Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, Employee Certification and Awareness Materials. And Delegate Lopez, please bring up your witnesses and please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues on Appropriations, for the opportunity to speak with you today about HB 1048. For the record, my name is Delegate Leslie Lopez, and I am asking for your favorable report on this bill, which will help Marylanders apply for the Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. This bill does makes three changes related to the administration of the public service loan forgiveness program here in Maryland. One, it requires the student loan ombudsman to develop standardized materials about the program for public service employees here in our state, and to provide those updates yearly. Secondly, in the event the federal government permits this, which it has signaled it will do, the bill allows public service employers to annually certify their employees' employment directly with the Department of Education. And in the event that an employer does not do this, it requires employers to proactively provide certification forms for employees who have requested them before. The third thing it does is clarifies that for public service loan forgiveness purposes only, an adjunct or non-tenured professor's out-of-class work should be counted towards the hours needed for full-time for debt cancellation. And I have folks here on the sponsor panel who can help explain that. You should know that there are 800,000 student loan borrowers in our state, and on average, they owe about $44,000 individually. Of those 800,000, 200,000 are eligible for this program, but only 11,000 Marylanders have ever actually applied and had their loans forgiven. And so this bill, which has no fiscal note and no opposition, is even supported by the student loan ombudsman, who would be in charge of administrating this change. This bill can be a tool to recruit Marylanders to fill all of those openings in state government that we've heard all about. And as someone who has been an adjunct faculty member for, this will be my 11th year this year, I could tell you that those hours add up, and it would be a great benefit to those of us in those positions to be eligible to apply. So I thank you for your time and urge your favorable support.
Delegate Lopez for presenting this bill, and the witnesses, you have 2 minutes. Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the committee. My name is Amy Salata, and I'm the Outreach and Advocacy Manager at the Student Borrower Protection Center. We're a national nonprofit policy organization focused solely on the student debt crisis. I'm testifying today on behalf of the SBPC in support of HB 1048. I'd like to spend my time contextualizing this bill and similar national and state level changes meant to open up the PSLF program for public service workers. This federal program provides that public service workers who work full-time as defined in federal regulation of at least 30 hours a week can qualify to have their federal loans forgiven after 10 years. The regulations, however, are intentionally flexible in order to let employers and employees tabulate those hours with the end goal of having a signed piece of paper documenting the average hours worked over a given period of time. Employers play no role in determining eligibility for the program. They merely have to sign off on hours worked. As long as both parties are on the same page and operate in good faith, the federal government has no problem with how they arrived there. This is where state law can come in and facilitate the accounting process. The bill would compel the ombudsperson to provide necessary information about the PSLF program to public service workers across the state. And as Delegate Lopez mentioned, only about 11,000 workers in Maryland have had their debt forgiven through this program, while around 200,000 Marylanders are eligible for a PSLF. That's only 5% of the eligible workforce across the state. So this data on program participation highlights the need for this bill so that workers can be notified of their eligibility in the program and take the necessary steps, like getting their PSLF forms certified by their employer to pursue PSLF. Overall, this bill is drafted to work within federal regulations in order to leverage the program for Maryland borrowers, and the federal government is well aware of these state requirements. Just last fall, it revised its PSLF regulations to include the hours multiplier for adjunct faculty, similar to the one states are using that is included in HB 1048. In short, please support this bill. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Greetings to Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and committee members. My name is Dr. Tisa Silver-Kennedy, and I'm the founder and director of the Maryland Center for Collegiate Financial Wellness. I've personally advised borrowers and their families on the repayment of more than $100 million in student loan debt, and pleased to report that since January of 2022, at least $2.3 million of those dollars have been canceled by way of public service loan forgiveness. Prior to 2022, PSLF made headlines because its rejection rate hovered around 98%. Many public servants were left wondering what they did wrong and who to ask for help. They've been searching, vetting, and sometimes paying to become in the know. This injects an element of exclusivity into a process of obtaining a public benefit. The bill at hand will create a more inclusive process by empowering the one party that every applicant has to deal with, and that's their employer. The PSLF application is essentially a job verification that requires an employer to verify 3 things: dates of employment, full-time or part-time status, and the average number of hours worked per week. It sounds simple, but the slightest error or omission can lead to an application being delayed or denied. A review typically takes 3 to 4 months at a minimum, and can be particularly arduous for adjunct faculty members who often teach more, earn less, lack benefits, and could benefit greatly from debt relief. As of the end of January, nearly 11,000 of Maryland's public servants have secured PSLF, eliminating more than $821 million in debt. This relief in exchange for their service has opened their eyes to major life possibilities such as marriage, parenthood, home ownership, investing, retirement, applying for a new job, and smaller but still important choices like taking a vacation or upgrading a car. For each PSLF victory, there are many more Marylanders who have been left behind, unable to realize the benefit they have earned. But with this bill, the state can help employers position themselves as gateways instead of gatekeepers. They can operate with common knowledge coming from a free, trusted source of the state student loan ombudsman, and share that knowledge directly with employees. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your service.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thanks for being with us. Good to see you. I think we do have 2 virtual witnesses, is that right? Just one. All right, you can put them, all right, you can put Ms. Mueller on the screen.
Hi, sorry, Alice. I think my feed was a little backed
Oh,
up.
you're great. We just put you on, so you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Mueller Paz. I'm a teacher of 13 years and educator in Baltimore City of the last 10. I'm a District 46 Baltimore City resident and an elected member of the Baltimore Teachers Union Executive Board. I support the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, Employee Certification and Awareness Materials, HB 1048. I'm writing today to urge you to support this initiative. According to a report by the National Education Association, the average student loan debt for educators is higher than the national average for all graduates. The National Council of La Raza and the Center for American Progress also reported that Black and Latino students and graduates are more likely to take out student loans, borrow money, and have more difficulty repaying loans than their white peers. In 2019, the average student loan for Latino graduates was $30,000, for Black graduates $34,000, compared to $28,000 for that of all graduates. This is across the U.S., not just Maryland. This can obviously have long-term consequences, including damaged credit scores, wage garnishment, and limited access to credit. In my own experience, I have overpaid tens of thousands of dollars in student loans just because I didn't understand how to take advantage of the public service loan forgiveness. When I speak to my Black and Latinx colleagues, many share that they too felt behind the curve when it comes to taking advantage of PSLF. It is a public benefit that was just not on our radar, and we didn't have the financial knowledge in many of our families and communities to seek out critical programs like these. By increasing awareness and information about the PSLF program around educators, we can help alleviate the financial burden of student loan debt and retain talented educators in the profession in our state. I respectfully urge this committee to support Maryland educators and issue a favorable report on HB 1048. Thank you so much.
Witness. All right, I don't see any. Thanks for being with us. Have a great day. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1048. Is Delegate Henson with us? I did see Delegate Ruth, 1052.
I do have some people here.
You can bring them on up, Delegate. It's great.
I don't see them, so I guess if they come in.
Okay, we'll call them if they don't, and if they're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. It's good to see you. For the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth. I'm here presenting House Bill 1052. This is a little bit of a wonky topic, but since I'm in appropriations, I assume I'm on safe ground with this wonky topic. So Maryland uses a project-based scoring system that's commonly known as the Chapter 30 scoring model to assign a score to each transportation project in the Consolidated Transportation Program. The projects are then ranked in an appendix to the CTP, but MDOT is not required to prioritize projects with higher scores when they decide what to fund. The scores are based on a series of goals that are established in the Transportation Code, Section 2-103.7, and underneath these goals are quantitative methods that MDOT has developed to calculate scores based on each of these. And then once you have the scores, there are weights assigned to the different goals. So for example, the current Chapter 30 model, the goal to reduce congestion is weighted at 18% of the total, environmental stewardship at 9%, and equitable access at 7%. And in my written testimony, there's a chart that's taken directly from the Chapter 30 technical guide, which shows what the current weights are. The scoring system has a little bit of a checkered past. It was initially established in the Maryland Open Transportation Investment Decision of 2016, which was passed by the General Assembly, vetoed by then Governor Hogan, and then the General Assembly overrode the veto. Then in 2017, Governor Hogan introduced a bill he called the Roadkill Bill Repeal, which attempted to repeal the scoring system, but instead a compromise was reached, and SB 307, or Chapter 30, was passed that modified the scoring system goals and gave MDOT more flexibility in implementing them. That bill also established a work group which was supposed to take a closer look at the model and determine how to best determine the funding for major transportation projects. But the work group never met, and it was ultimately disbanded. In fact, the Maryland Manual says that the work group never met and was disbanded. And so we never really took the deep dive into this model that we should have taken. So this bill, as initially introduced, makes some changes to the goals. Maryland's, our goals as a state have evolved somewhat. For example, climate change is now a big goal that we're dealing with, and it's not mentioned in the top level goals at all. So I had initially, when I introduced this bill, made some suggested changes to the goals, including adding climate change and environmental justice. However, after discussions with MDOT, they explained to me that it would be very difficult to make the changes in the goals, have to do all the work that underlies that, then do the work group, and then have to do the work again. So I have submitted an amendment, which you should have, which removes all the actual changes and only institutes the work group, which MDOT is supporting with the amendment that institutes just the work group. So with that, I ask for a favorable a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the bill. Delegate Corman.
Mr. Chairman, Delegate Ruth, thanks for the bill. Can you just help me with the mechanics? How does the scoring work? There's some statewide projects, but it's mostly locally driven projects. So what do they have to do? What does MDOT do? To the extent you can answer that.
Sure. So thank you for the question. And there's a whole technical guide that the local work through the technical guide and apply, and they have to provide various information, which is then put into this quantitative model in order to calculate the scores. I don't really know in more detail than that.
So the local governments have to follow this guide only for this purpose. It's not for generally requesting things in the CTP?
It's only for major transportation projects in the CTP.
Right. So they have to put it in for just this purpose, and then the scores have what impact on the?
No impact.
Okay, so we're just doing a bunch of work for what reason?
Well, the original reason was supposed to be to have an impact on it, which is why we need this work group to look at what we're really doing.
Okay, so you just want a work group to take a look at why we're having locals do all this work for apparently no purpose?
Well, respectfully, Delegate, I think there could be a purpose if we actually use the scores for something.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions for Delegate Ruth? Thanks for the bill. Great to see you. Mr. O'Malley?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. I'm with the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance. We're a transportation advocacy organization based in Baltimore. And we've been advocating for accountability to goals and transparency in our transportation spending for over a decade and have made a few attempts at this. We were involved in the advocacy for what is now Chapter 30. Where we're coming from is, if you look at the current CTP, we're programming to spend over $20 billion in taxpayer funds on transportation over the next 6 years. That's an enormous sum. It's sort of hard to wrap your mind around that. And transportation makes a huge impact on the lives of Marylanders in terms of the air we breathe, health and safety, getting to jobs, getting to school. getting to health care, et cetera. So huge consequences, huge amount of money. There's a lot at stake. And our neighbors to the south in Virginia have a similar program to our Chapter 30 called Smart Scale. And they do a very robust scoring system each year with a lot of guidance for the locals, a lot of feedback about why projects were scored the way they were. VDOT works with locals to bring back redesign projects to get a higher score, and that happens quite a bit, where a project that scores low comes back in the next year with a higher score and gets funding. Our Chapter 30 is just one page in the back of the CTP. It doesn't explain why the scores are scored the way they are. It really is the result, I think, of MDOT, which they said in letters when the law passed, MDOT didn't want it. And that was unfortunate, because I think it's a real opportunity. In Virginia, the program had bipartisan support. It's about being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. It's about fiscal responsibility and making sure that we're spending huge sums of taxpayer dollars in a way that supports state goals. And so there's a great opportunity here. It's a great tool for you to do your jobs, to make sure that dollars are being spent well and wisely. And so I would encourage a favorable report. We do support the amendments that the sponsor, Delegate Ruth, asked for. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Malley. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Malley on this bill? Thank you very much. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1052. The committee will now move on to House Bill 579, presented by Delegate Henson, Maryland State Department of Education Employee Status and Designation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the record, Shanika Henson on behalf of House Bill 579, Maryland State Department of Education Employee Status and Designation. Making the way to the table should be my panel on this bill. I'm filing this bill to help 150 state employees who work at will at the Maryland State Department of Education. The employees at MSDE have been misclassified as at-will employees, and as a result, they don't have the host of rights that's available to merit workers in our state. Prior to this bill, in 2019, the legislature recognized a substantial number of state employees who were considered at will. The 2019 legislation, it had purposes, it encompassed a lot of the employees, but not all of the employees, and that's what we're here to do. The way that the original legislation worked is that every employee who was there after July 1, 2019 was able to take advantage of the new designation, but the employees that were there before July 1, 2019 were not able to do so. At this time, that equates to around 150 employees that need this relief. What would happen is the bill's mechanics would have the employees able to be hired as the merit status employees. It would have no diminishments of rights or salaries. It would be a transparent process, and they would be able to seek damages for any paycheck errors that were unresolved, and would have a grievance procedure remedy for any errors that were unresolved as well. I'm asking for the committee's favorable report on this, and with that, I will defer to my panel.
Delegate Henson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cindy Smalls. I'm with ASME Council 3, representing state employees in higher ed across Maryland. Thank you to Delegate Henson for introducing this bill. I think the delegate did an awesome job in explaining what this bill does. It merely is a fairness bill. It just seeks to bring those employees who are at will to merit status. These are employees that have state benefits. They have everything that a merit position employee has, but they don't have rights and other due process. And so we're asking this, this committee to help it be a voice for these employees. I'm happy to say that we had our bill hearing in the Finance Committee, and we voted that bill out. They voted that bill out yesterday out of the Finance with bipartisan support, unanimously, and with a favorable report. And so with that, I will end, and I will ask this committee respectfully for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Vice Chairman, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Phyllis Coleman, and I work for MSDE, which is Maryland State Department of Education. I'm also a member of ASME 3644. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak before you today in favor of HB 579, MSDE Special Appointed Bill. I'd like to thank the Delegate Henson for responding this bill, which gives employees who are currently misclassified as at-will special appointed moved into merit positions. With this message of HB 579, these state employees would then have access to the grievance policy, the ability to collectively bargain, and the fair process of hiring, positions, and training like other merit employees have. As the delegate indicated, these employees are clerical employees, licensed specialists, caseworkers who would have the merit right if they would work at any other agency. But these were hired at MSDE at the time when all employees were hired as a special appointee. We believe that this is simple policy changes, and nothing prevents the department from converting these employees. In closing, this bill is about fairness and doing the right thing for these state employees. I ask the committee to please give a favorable report to HB 579. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Delegate Henson, Ms. Coleman, and Ms. Smalls on the bill? That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 579. The committee will now move on to House Bill 1075, Dr. Rosenberg, Maryland Department of Emergency Management, Office of Domestic Terrorism Response. Delegate Rosenberg, if you have a panel, you can bring them up. Thanks.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I thought I was an HGO for a moment. This bill deals with the problem of domestic terrorism, a problem that all of us are well aware of, one that has stalked us in Maryland, throughout the country. Let me just give a brief legislative history as to what this bill does and does not do. This bill does not speak to any make anything criminal that is not already criminal. That was our initial venture. We had bills in judiciary to address the problem in that manner, and were unsuccessful. And then, as any proud alumnus of this committee would know, there's the option of committee narrative. And so for the last 2 years, this committee very kindly included language calling upon the Department of Homeland Security to study the issue of domestic terrorism and what preventive actions should we be taking under existing law to the extent possible, prevent these acts from taking place here in our state. The department, the second time around, did a real study, and the bill before you is the embodiment principally of the recommendations of that task force. Meredith Wiesel, who is next to me from the Anti-Defamation League, was one of the members of that council, of that interim body, and can speak in greater detail. But what I would point out to the committee is, as we propose to amend the bill, it would speak to two principal areas of concern. One is maximizing the knowledge we have, and we do have it, this is not hypothetical, in our college and university system regarding the problem of domestic terrorism and ways that it can be combative, primarily in a preventive nature, and also making the public more aware of the problems that result from domestic terrorism, the criminal acts, and what steps can be taken to prevent these acts, especially, I think, gearing with how can we address individuals so that they don't before they engage in these acts. So what you have before you is the end product of task force created as a result of committee narrative in last year's budget. And I think it's accurate to say, and Meredith can speak to this in greater detail perhaps, that from a department that was reluctant to address this problem to one that issued a report that we think speaks to the problem, and the crucial next step is for this committee to codify where needed the recommendations of that task force. So I would urge a favorable report with the amendment that I have submitted.
Great. Thank you very much, Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Meredith Weisel. I'm the Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League's Washington, D.C. office, which serves Maryland, D.C., Virginia, and North Carolina. You do have my written testimony, and I want to just highlight a couple of things from that, and also as a member of the task force. 2 rounds, actually, of the task force, because we went through a couple of different iterations. And the report that you should have from the task force really talks about the need to create an office within the Maryland Department of Emergency Management as a specialized office. And it is crucial because domestic terrorism has increased tremendously. Just literally this morning, the ADL released a report on white supremacist propaganda. And what we mean by propaganda is not just flyering. We're talking about protests in person, we're talking about stickers, you're talking about banner drops, you're talking about several different iterations, and Maryland is number 15th in the country for white supremacist propaganda. And most of that, what we have seen in domestic terrorism, has come from white supremacist activity. And specifically in my testimony, we noted that in 2022, and we literally just a few weeks ago put out a murder and extremism report, that domestic terrorists have killed at least 25 people in the United States, and 15 of whom were killed in incidents of mass casualty violence. And so it is not immune in here in Maryland. We are not immune from that. This is something nationwide, and the federal government is looking at doing some of this as well, and it's really important that the state of Maryland takes this on. And that was one of the things we talked about in great length in the committee. People from all different backgrounds, from academics, from organizations like the ADL, from organizations within different faith-based institutions, to look at this from a larger scale approach. And so it's really crucial that we look specifically at creating its own office. Thank you.
From members of the committee for Delegate Rosenberg or Ms. Weisel on this bill. Thank you very much for being here. We also have virtual witnesses who will be joining us. Howard Leibit with the Baltimore Jewish Council. Mr. Leibit, thanks for joining us. If you could turn your camera on, please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Howard Leibit. I am Executive Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council. The Baltimore Jewish Council represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore and all of its agencies. Our responsibilities include helping to coordinate security preparations, trainings, and responses for the associated system and the Jewish community institutions in many of the Maryland jurisdictions in the Baltimore area and beyond. I apologize I'm not there in person today. I had a board meeting. I couldn't get from Baltimore down to Annapolis in time from our board. For the past 2 years, I served on the task force, as Meredith and Delegate Rosenberg said. This was a creation of the General Assembly. Our goal was to determine how to effectively oppose domestic terrorism in Maryland, including but not limited to countering online extremism while protecting First Amendment rights. And the membership was broad. Many different state agencies, members from the General Assembly, the Office of the Attorney General, the Public Defender's Office, ADL, the NAACP, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and many other interested parties, including higher education. This really was bringing together the experts, and this bill comes directly from the task force's report and what our recommendations were. I want to make the point that, like, if you think about just the last few weeks here in Maryland, think about the incident we had a few weeks ago with 2 neo-Nazis who were looking to blow up electrical substations around Baltimore County, an act of domestic terrorism. 2 weekends ago, there was this nationwide alert for a day of hate from far-right groups, which prompted heightened patrols and vigilance across our communities. Statistics are showing an increasing number of incidents. We're seeing the flyers in Parkville from anti-Semitic groups and from other hate groups. By establishing this formal Office of Domestic Terrorism Response under the Department of Emergency Management, we're going to be able to better prepare, prevent, and recover from these type of acts.
Great.
And better figure out how to attack hate. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Levitt. Good seeing you, and thanks for all the work that you've done. Are there any, actually, we also have, do we have another? Okay, we have another virtual witness, Vince McAvoy. Mr. McAvoy, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate it. This bill committee we just heard in the Senate the other week. I want to direct you to the testimony both from Senator Chris West as well as another person who was in opposition. I was there in opposition as well. Where basically the premise of this is to hand 3 people who don't have a background in law enforcement, have 0 security clearance, can't point to a single incident in Maryland where this is an issue, points to a collaborative net that sort of captures all the evil happening in the country, and then says, we have just the answer. We're going to create this separate body. As I said last year, if Sandy Rosenberg wants to worry about violence and crime and talk about 2,000 people dying, let's start with the 41st District. I used to live there. And I mean, I know I'm saying this for a second here. I mean that seriously, because I suggested legislation for Sandy, and he's got nothing on his docket that even relates to that. We have a very dangerous situation in Baltimore. It's not this, it's not ADL related, it's not mass resistance. Maryland is one of the most secure states in the nation. Our MEMA, unlike a lot of others, works with FEMA directly. There's direct tie-ins. Wisconsin can't say that, Florida can't say that. We have it. This bill is a nuisance. And I want to direct you also to the opposition testimony in the Senate where a particular niche was picked out. And I'm offended for the sake of Maryland State Police and the alphabet soup of committees that we have looking out for this issue, because to insist or to somehow insert in there that only one group cares about security in Maryland, I think that's flawed. I think that's a heightened hubris. And I hope these silly bills stop coming. We really have issues here amongst our children, amongst violence in the street. We don't have this issue, and nobody dies from a poster.
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee.
Thank you very much. Okay, Delegate Mangione, we have a question for the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I didn't know he was going to mention that, but it was kind of what I was thinking is gang violence or gangs part of domestic terrorism?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there are very specific definitions as to what is considered domestic terrorism or domestic extremism. It really would depend on the facts of it. So I would not say that generally, no, not necessarily, but it would depend on what the actions were that they took, that the individuals took, yeah.
I would certainly, and like I said, I had no idea what he was going to say, but I mean, I would assume, and I saw WMAR reported from 2019 that 101 victims or homicide victims were members of gangs or drug-free, while 121 were cases associated with gangs. I mean, that seems like quite a problem that I don't know if we can expand the definition of domestic terrorism, but that certainly seems like something that should be included if we're going to be really worried about violence in general. So, but thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee for this panel? Delegate McComas.
Answer. So if we had a problem with Antifa in Maryland, like they had all the burning that took place in Seattle and Oregon, like the courthouse, I think it was in Seattle, that was burnt down, would they be considered domestic terrorists?
It's the nature of the act. It's not who commits it.
Okay, so if a radical left organization burnt down a courthouse, they'd be a domestic terrorist. Is that fair to say?
If they were motivated, I would assume so, yes.
Okay, all right.
But just for the record, I mean, the problem is overwhelmingly, in terms of the definition of domestic terrorism, is not from left-wing groups.
Well, you and I beg to differ, but that's okay.
Okay. Delegate Harris.
Appreciate it, Chair. So I just want to make sure I got the definition correctly. When we're talking about domestic terrorism, the definition for terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Is that correct?
Go ahead. Essentially, yes. I mean, which is why it depends always on the facts of the case as to whether or not somebody would be considered a domestic extremist. But most of the activity, yes, there are certainly actors on all sides. I mean, you could call it like a Willy Wonka elevator, you know, left ways, right ways, up ways, down ways. But most of it that we have tracked over the years has come from what we would consider more specific networks of right-wing extremists.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, just because there's a gang doesn't necessarily mean that
Correct.
it's terrorism.
Yes. Absolutely, yes,
Thank
that's exactly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We also have, do we have a Catherine Sullivan here? Is Catherine Sullivan here? Sullivan, you have 2 minutes, please.
I would like to thank the panel before me for saying all the quiet parts out loud. Nice that they are already admitting that it's a pretty specific group that they're thinking of when they write this bill. My name is Kate Sullivan. I'm a resident of Baltimore County, and I oppose HB 1075. These bills are always written artfully to paint a grim situation for which only the government can provide a solution. The problem is rarely is our government the right solution to life's complex problems. HB 1075 is no exception to this rule. First, based on the available data, there is no clear upward trend of hate crimes in Maryland, which is the argument serving as the basis for this bill. And I'll give you some facts. The number of crimes in Maryland, hate crimes in Maryland classified as hate, 2018, 50. The number of crimes in Maryland classified as hate, 2019, 19. The number of crimes in Maryland classified as hate crimes in 2020, 40. All right, population 6.1 million. There was also no data for 2021 or 2022. These statistics came from the FBI. There are already significant resources allocated to Maryland public safety. $500 million to refund the police, $30 million to victims of crime assistance, $2.1 million to Zero Eyes gun detection pilot program, $400,000 for automated ballistics imaging system for Maryland. With all that funding, Maryland still has a failing public safety record. 24,000 violent crimes. Maryland's murder rate, 9.1% for every 100,000 people. And Maryland's robbery rate is 118 incidents per 100,000 people. Finally, HB 1075 paves the way for any government agency with a vendetta to weaponize our government agencies against private citizens who speak out against the government.
Wrap it up, please.
There is no clarity in the bill to define exactly who or what is considered a hate crime. This leaves open the risk of casting an extremely biased, subjective, and partisan net designed to target private citizens at the whim of public officials.
Okay, you have to
and
wrap
there
it
is this is a direct violation of our First Amendment rights of free speech. Thank you very much for your time.
Are there any questions for Ms. Sullivan, the witness here? Okay. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 1075. The committee will now move on to House Bill 675, Delegate Hutchinson, Commission to Study Trauma Center Funding in Maryland. And Delegate Hutchinson, I understand you have a couple panels, so joining with you, we got Tidal Health, Dr. Hall, Johns Hopkins Hospital and TraumaNet, Zachary Akarga, Trauma Program Director, and Capital Region Health, Tom Mika Archinard.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, District 37B, and I'm here to present House Bill 475, Commission to Study Trauma Center Funding in Maryland. You know, we have so many things to be proud of here in Maryland. You know, the National Aquarium, the Baltimore Ravens, with or without Lamar, the Orioles, the beautiful mountains of the Western Maryland, the Chesapeake Bay, and the family resort of Ocean City, just to name a few. However, there's one crown jewel. However, there's one crown jewel of Maryland that should make us all very, very proud, but I sincerely hope that none of us ever have to visit it, and that's the network of Maryland Trauma Centers. The intent of this bill is to establish a commission to study how trauma centers are funded across the state. From the advent of R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center in 1973 to today's network of 13 additional regional and pediatric trauma centers, the state of Maryland has pioneered the art of trauma care and is often used as a model for trauma care throughout the world. However, today our trauma system is in jeopardy. Our trauma centers rely on the Maryland Trauma Physician Fund for uncompensated care, Medicaid-enrolled patients, trauma-related on-call and standby expenses, and for trauma equipment grants. This fund was enacted by the General Assembly in 2003. It established a formula for reimbursing trauma centers for on-call physician expenses. The legislation also directed the HSCRC to allow trauma center hospitals to include trauma-related expenses in their approved hospital rates. This fund is financed through a $5 surcharge on motor vehicle registrations and renewals, which has not increased since its inception 20 years ago. While there's been some modification to the fund since its inception, there have been some market conditions that have affected the fund both negatively and positively. And without a doubt, the cost to maintain a level 1, level 2, or level 3 facility have increased significantly since 2003. Initially, this bill was brought to my attention through Tidal Health, which is on the Eastern Shore, and certainly caught my attention, as you'll hear, should catch the attention of everyone because it does affect our constituents throughout the state of Maryland. But I also have up here with me is Johns Hopkins and also the University of Maryland. And I've also received support of letters of support from every trauma center throughout the state of Maryland and also the pediatric center in Washington, D.C. So let's save our excellent trauma centers across the state by supporting House Bill 475. I ask for your favorable vote and would like to turn it over to Dr. Trudy Hall from Tidal Health.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Barnes and delegates, for the opportunity to testify today. Tidal Health is the oldest, largest, and most complex healthcare system on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Founded in 1898, Tidal Health has hospitals in Maryland and Delaware with 30 different sites of services and joint ventures across 7 counties. At Tidal Health Peninsula Regional, our flagship hospital in Salisbury, we provide complex services in a rural setting. In addition to being one of a handful of dedicated trauma providers, we are the only trauma center on the Maryland's Eastern Shore. With that said, our trauma services is in jeopardy, and this bill is one avenue to ensure proper care remains for all of Maryland. Tidal Health Peninsula Regional is one of the busiest trauma centers based on activations behind shock trauma. In the past 4 years, residents from every single one of Maryland's 24 counties were treated at our trauma center. In the summer, more than 8 million people visit the shore. Accidents do happen. Therefore, trauma services at Tidal Health Peninsula Regional are not just an Eastern Shore concern, but this should be on the radar for every single elected representative as their constituents have used our trauma center in Salisbury. It is greater than a 2-hour ambulance drive to the nearest trauma center. This drive time will impact lives saved, disabilities, and access to timely care. Tidal Health is advocating for the proper trauma funding through several avenues, including House Bill 675. As you know, the Trauma Fund was developed during the 2003 legislative session as a mechanism to aid Maryland's trauma program. Since that time, a comprehensive review of the trauma system of Maryland and the fund has not occurred, even as the needs of the systems have grown and the cost of operating a trauma program has significantly increased. At Tidal Health Peninsula Regional, it costs more to run the trauma program than what we receive from the fund. There's a significant delta. At Tidal Health, we fully support the House Bill 675 and encourage you to pass it. We want to ensure Maryland has the most comprehensive trauma funding program, and this can only happen through the establishment of a commission to study the adequacy of trauma funding across Maryland for operating, capital, and workforce costs.
Thank you.
So respectfully, thank you for your time and support of this bill.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Whoever wants to, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for your time and support of the University of Maryland Capital Region Health and its ongoing transformation of healthcare delivery in Prince George's County and the Southern Maryland region. I am Dr. Tamika Archinard. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer, as well as a board-certified practicing emergency medicine physician. And today I'm here to discuss the need for funding to cover unreimbursed costs for trauma programs in the state, and in particular at Capital Region Health. We see approximately 3,000 trauma cases per year, and we have a 95.5% survival rate. We're one of 4 Level 2 trauma centers in the state and the only trauma center in Prince George's County. We are the second busiest trauma center in the state, second only to Maryland Shock Trauma in Baltimore. The trauma cases that we see at Capital Region have a very high severity. The number of blunt force and penetrating wounds, such as car accidents, gunshots, assaults, stabbings, is twice that of the national average rate for these types of injuries. This high severity level has an impact on the clinical and financial resources expended to operate our trauma center, as well as the acuity level of trauma patients admitted to our hospital following the treatment of our trauma team. Trauma centers are required to maintain an availability of trauma physicians, orthopedic physicians, neurosurgeons, critical care physicians, anesthesiologists around the clock to be prepared for trauma care at any time. Maintaining this availability is costly due to the fees paid for on-call and standby provider coverage to meet the requirements stated. All of these factors have led Capital Region to incur nearly $13 million in unreimbursed trauma program costs annually. Trauma services are critical to any community, but not all hospitals provide these services. For hospitals that do, like Capital Region, this is a significant financial burden, particularly given the rising costs of physicians and nurses post-pandemic.
Thank you.
The increasing costs providing trauma services, together with the financial challenges faced by hospitals, are needed for assistance with the funds that can be provided through this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We know how important this bill is. We're allowing you, the sponsor panel, to go a little over, but reminder, witnesses have 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Zach Garciaga. I'm the Adult Trauma Program Manager at Johns Hopkins Hospital and the current co-chair of the Legislative Committee of TraumaNet. I'm here to express support of HB 675 for both Johns Hopkins Health System and TraumaNet, and also want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill to attention. There are 10 trauma centers within the state, 9 adult, 1 pediatric, that provide vital and life-saving care every day. Designated trauma centers are required by the statute to be staffed and emergently treat severe life-threatening conditions such as motor vehicle crashes, gunshot wounds, and falls. Multidisciplinary trauma teams must be prepared immediately to respond to the emergency department to deliver resuscitative care to the traumatically injured. Thus, trauma surgeons, other specialists, and ancillary staff must be on call or in-house 24 hours a day to support trauma centers. Within Johns Hopkins Health System, we treat approximately 7,500 of these cases annually. Across the state, 22,498 in the last year. This crucial part of the healthcare system has not been thoroughly evaluated since 2003, since the Maryland General Assembly enacted this legislation. The trauma fund was designated to reimburse 65% of on-call trauma, and today reimburses around 40%. HB 675 creates a commission to review the important parts of the state's healthcare system to ensure there's adequate support and treat care that any patient would need. For these reasons and more, I urge a favorable report on HB 675.
Bill sponsor or the witnesses? Okay, well, thanks for the work you all do. We appreciate you being here today. Delegate, thanks for bringing us this important bill.
Thank you.
We have one more panel that we need to hear from. Dr. Delbridge, Mr. Steffen, Ms. Shields, and Ms. Snedeker. To start, you can go ahead and, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Dr. Ted Delbridge, the Executive Director of MEMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems. And part of our job is to designate the state's trauma centers. They are a critical feature of the comprehensive system to address injuries amongst all Marylanders. Injury affects Marylanders of every single age and occurs every day of the week and every hour of the day. We are anchored by multiple trauma centers, including the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center, which serves as the primary adult resource center, or the hub, as I think of it, a Level 1 trauma center, 4 Level 2 trauma centers, 3 Level 3 centers, 1 pediatric center, a hand trauma center, and an eye trauma center. Additionally, there are partner centers in Washington, D.C. and neighboring states. They all incur costs, not just those expended to deliver the care they provide, but also those expended to maintain a universal state of readiness that we all count on all the time. It has been decades since we've comprehensively evaluated the manner in which we fund a system that we all, each of us, might depend on in the blink of an eye. MEMS is happy to be a collaborative partner in such an effort to evaluate these costs, and we urge a favorable report. Thanks.
My name is Ben Steffen. I'm Executive Director of the Maryland Healthcare Commission. Our responsibility is to administer the Maryland Trauma Physicians Fund. As noted, been in existence for 20 years. The important point is it's time to look at trauma funding. The statute, which was a consensus bill in 2003, based on the needs of all 10 trauma centers in the state, but it was very specific. The formulas cannot be changed, yet trauma needs have changed dramatically. As a result of the ACA, Medicaid coverage has expanded. Payment levels have increased. Uncompensated care has gone down, which has been beneficial to the fund. Simultaneously, we've seen a significant growth in on-call and standby expenses that are not fully funded. It's time to begin a systematic review to the trauma system that benefits everyone in the state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Christy Snedeker. I'm the Vice President of the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center. You have my full written testimony, and I just want to pull out a couple of pieces there to distinguish the Primary Adult Resource Center in the state of Maryland. We are established by law, the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center, to serve as the core element of the state's emergency medical services system and serve as the state's primary adult resource center, as well as the neurotrauma designated center for the state. The R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center is the only freestanding trauma center in the state of Maryland and serves upwards of 6,000 adult primary trauma patients and maintains a 97% survival rate. We serve as a vital statewide clinical resource for the most critically ill and injured, and most importantly are the safety net for the rest of the trauma hospitals that you heard today, with about 30% of our total volume being transfers from those hospitals, from the Eastern Shore, Western counties, to be able to help our Maryland citizens and continue to have a 97% survival rate. As a result, the Shock Trauma Center has unique operating and financial requirements that distinguish it from any other Maryland trauma center and are the basis for continued state operating support through the Maryland Emergency Medical Services Systems Operations Fund, or the MSOF. The R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center is proud of our statutory designation and our partnership with MIMS, our MSP Aviation Command, MIFRE, and the Maryland State Firemen's Association through the MSOF Fund. Maryland's trauma and EMS system serves as a model for emergency medical care both nationally and internationally. We're collectively looking to this committee and to the General Assembly as a whole to help identify a path forward to preserve Maryland's world-renowned trauma system to generations to come. Thank you.
I don't necessarily expect you to have the information with you, but I'm kind of curious to know how many of the shock trauma cases result from traffic accidents versus criminal activities such as gunshot wounds or stabbings, and just kind of the percentages.
Yep. Percentages, motor vehicle accidents and falls continue to be the top two reasons why, about 35% in each category, 20% is from violent crime being most penetrating injury.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for bringing this bill. I think, we sort of touched on this in a PSA committee hearing. I want to say it was just last week when we were talking about the MEMSOF funding and what's going on there. And so with this, just remind me again, what's the formula for how the funding gets, done between the different shock trauma centers throughout the state?
Do you want to take that? Is your question for MSOF or Trauma Physician Services Fund?
Whoever can answer the question.
So I'll talk about the trauma fund itself, the MSOF fund.
I can do that.
I think I would pass on to my colleague here.
Mm-hmm.
The trauma fund was established so that there was something for every trauma facility in the state of Maryland when it was adopted in 2003. That therefore recognized that in our level 2, our shock trauma facility, as well as the 1s and 2s in large urban areas, the biggest challenges were uncompensated care and Medicaid underpayment. In the more rural parts of the state, many of those trauma centers were not as concerned about uncompensated care. What they were concerned about was their ability to pay physicians to either take on-call, which means they were responding within 30 minutes, or standby in the facility, because those providers argued that this is income foregone if I'm serving the trauma system. So unique formulas were set up for on-call, uncompensated care, and Medicaid payment. What has happened is that we have kind of resolved some of the challenges with uncompensated care and to some degree Medicaid as its uncompensated care has disappeared, as numbers of people that are uninsured has decreased and Medicaid payments have escalated. But the big challenges now, as I see it, are a fair and equitable way to resolve these stipends related to standby and on-call, which, as noted from Dr. Trudy Hall, have escalated significantly as those types of payments, not just in trauma, but across all hospital-based care, on-call, standby has really grown significantly and represents a challenge to hospitals. Go ahead.
So yes, I could add from the MSOF perspective, the R. Adams Cali Shock Trauma Center does receive the smallest amount of the pie there at $3.7 million to address some of the on-call standby. But I would say that really only supports a third of the cost that we incur. And I would also like to note that originally with MSOF, it was $3.2 million from inception. So we've only, over the years, gotten to 3.7, and the expenses continue to outgrow the amount that we're supported through the MSOF. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good luck over there. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. That concludes the bill hearing on 675. We'll turn to House Bill 1226. Is Delegate Healy with us? Delegate Healy, welcome.
Can I bring my panel, please?
Yes, you can. Of course, bring them up.
Thank you. On the other side of me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Ann Healy, here with House Bill 1226, Economic Development Nonprofit Sustainability Fund, and it's establishing a fund to especially help the small nonprofits that stay in business so that they can relieve our communities. And I'm going to just turn it over to the panel, if you don't mind.
Panel, just so you know, each panelist has 2 minutes. When you finish, we'll take questions for the panel at the end, so stay where you are for questions when you finish. Ms. Iliff, good to see you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to be heard today in support of House Bill 1226 to create the Nonprofit Sustainability Fund. My name is Heather Iliff, and I'm President and CEO of Maryland Nonprofits, representing 1,700 nonprofit organizations and the more than 700 individuals and organizations that signed on to support this bill. In 2015, in the aftermath of the uprising in Baltimore following Freddie Gray's death, community-based organizations around the city began picking up the pieces and working to knit the community together. However, there was a problem. Many small community-based organizations had faced the same disinvestment in their communities that contributed to the uprising in the first place. We saw even more stark difficulties during the COVID-19 pandemic. Small and mid-sized nonprofits are the fabric of communities through thick and thin. This bill acknowledges that the very existence of these organizations in communities is critical. Larger organizations have advantages in leveraging individual donors and foundations, as well as in lobbying to receive significant government support. This pattern over decades has resulted in 90% of all nonprofit funding going to the top 2% of nonprofit organizations that are also disproportionately white-led. In a sector with $66 billion in economic impact in the state and 12.9% of all private sector jobs, a fund of $100 million is at the scale that can make a difference. The economic impact of this bill will be to create more jobs in small communities, deliver community-led and community-accountable solutions to local problems, and leverage the ability of these organizations to raise money from federal and philanthropic sources, thus bringing more resources into Maryland's communities that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neil Bergsman. I am the Senior Policy Analyst at Maryland Nonprofits. Nonprofit organizations are very significant employers and engines of economic opportunity. They provide services and benefits to Maryland's communities, families, and individuals that are in the public interest, and these services and benefits make Maryland a more attractive place to live, work, and establish businesses. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 years, Maryland Nonprofits conducted systematic process of listening, surveying, and what we called think tank sessions, focusing on smaller community-based nonprofits. And we heard the 2 biggest frustrations was not enough unrestricted funding and too many burdensome administrative requirements. So just to describe a couple features of the bill, the fiscal note writer did a very good job. I encourage that you read the fiscal note for a complete description. It would provide general operating grants to nonprofits with revenues from $50,000 to $10 million. We think it would be able to fund about 2,100 organizations a year with a small amount that they just need to help them do their jobs better. It would provide for the Department of Commerce to administer it, for Commerce to employ 1 or more intermediary organizations around the state to do the on-the-ground work, and there would be an evaluation committee including nonprofit leaders, government, and clients of nonprofit services. So we would recommend a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Barnes and members of the Appropriations Committee, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. When you look at me, what do you see? Let me tell you, I am Black, female, and Muslim, who happens to be the CEO of SciTech to You, an after-school STEM provider for underrepresented youth. When I encounter private funders over the phone, they seem excited about supporting SciTech to You, but once they view my website and see me, the funders ghost me. Can you believe I have received a total of $8,470 from private funders since 2011 because of systematic barriers to private funding? I struggle to secure enough funding to fully staff our rapidly growing organization. However, local government funders see my value to the community. Montgomery County Collaboration Council and nonprofit Montgomery have invested substantially in SciTech to You over the past 3 years. Funds from HB 1226 could support SciTech to You to build its capacity to reach more underrepresented youth in Maryland. For instance, we could hire a professional grant writer, a full-time lead instructor, and data analysts who can help us to evaluate the impact we have on the youth we serve. One of the most important aspects of running any business is balancing the books. Small and growing organizations need professional accountants. With support from HB 1226, I will be better positioned to help SciTech to You grow so that we can focus more on serving our children and your neighbors' children and even your children. We strive for equal access to quality educational enrichment for all children. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask that you support HB 1226. You're welcome. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes and the rest of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tiffany Turner Allen. I'm the Executive Director of Nonprofit Prince George's County. We are a human service coalition of more than 160 nonprofit members that serve residents of Prince George's County, the second most populous county in the state. They provide a variety of services that span across the nonprofit sector. Today, I say again, repeatedly, that collectively as nonprofits, we have shown up. When we are tired, when we are at risk, and at times in need ourselves, we have provided food, transportation, training to people searching for jobs. We have assisted those that are in need of shelter. We have supported survivors of abuse, and we have helped people mourn the loss of life and the loss of way of life, and so much more. This is what we do. We show up when we're called, oftentimes those calls coming from elected officials and government agencies. We do what government cannot easily accomplish, and that is pivot to address the needs of our community that's ever changing, and we do it well. We are essential, and we are invaluable government partners. Every week I speak with people working in nonprofits, and I hear the stories of them barely making payroll or not making it at all, having a job without having benefits, and the high levels of burnout from becoming understaffed, and the few people that work within the organizations are overworked and they're leaving. An unrestricted grant can change all of that. This bill will allow us to be able to focus on equitable distribution of those funds. We all know that our systems have been broken, and while this will not be a fix-all, it is a critical step in the right direction. I will not take the time to highlight another person's pain and trauma. I will, however, ask you a question. Have you ever had to tell a person in desperate need that the program that they could provide them with some level of support no longer exists? Well, I have, and with this bill, we will be able to help others not have to do that anymore. So I thank you for your time in supporting this bill.
Thanks again. Thanks for all your work, Ms. Isla. It's great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We have some additional witnesses here. Ms. Brilliant, I get that, and Adrian Muldrow. Come on up, and I haven't crossed out my witnesses as I usually do, so come on up and just identify yourselves. If you're signed up, I apologize. Whoever wants to start can just start on up.
And I am the Advocacy and Development Director for Nonprofit Montgomery. Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to testify on this really important bill.
We are here in support of the Nonprofit Sustainability Fund and the $100 million to make it work. Nonprofit Montgomery is a proud member of Maryland Nonprofits, and we ourselves have 200 member organizations. We work to strengthen the nonprofit sector serving Montgomery County through leadership development, capacity building, and advocacy, as we're doing today. More than half of our members have revenues less than $500,000 a year, and many serve historically marginalized communities that are predominantly immigrant, Black, or low income. Our members assist hundreds of thousands of Maryland residents every year. They know those communities, they know the culture and the linguistic needs of those communities, and they provide a support that strengthens the fabric of neighborhoods and enables all residents to thrive. And they have trouble attracting operational support. Most public and private sector funding comes in the form of program money, with very little allocated to the infrastructure that is essential to sustain growth. Some of those grants won't even pay for staff. As a small nonprofit itself, we feel that pain. Nonprofit Montgomery, I mean. An unrestricted grant of 1.5 to 10% of revenues would provide a significant boost to an estimated 2,100 organizations in Maryland annually. Our members told us that they would, among other things, use this funding to build customer databases, develop on-site space to provide workshops and treatment facilities, offer professional development for staff, and strengthen marketing and communications. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So, in short, we are here in support of HB 1226, and we hope you will issue a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Greensfelder. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm the Executive Director at Pro Bono Counseling, which is a statewide nonprofit that increases access to mental health care, and we are here in support of HB 1226. Through my work, I have had the opportunity to connect with leaders of nonprofits working across the state who provide vital services that augment government services and are able to form long-term relationships in underserved communities. Nonprofits share common struggles, and one of the largest struggles is funding to achieve our missions and to address the complex administrative requirements of operating a nonprofit. We struggle most to find funding for basic business needs like an annual audit, accounting, human resources, IT, leadership, development, and basic office supplies. These aspects of organizations are vital to providing strong programming and services, but like the speaker before me said, are often not included in grant funding. And these are often the first to be reduced and cut. This can expose organizations to legal and financial risk and limit organizational efficacy and responsiveness. Every day at Pro Bono Counseling, we work with a network of volunteers to provide free, long-term counseling and on-demand telephone-based mental health support. These services are needed in our communities, with annually 3,000 people engaging with Pro Bono Counseling for mental health support. Demand continues to increase, and care has become more complex, and we have incurred increased costs to meet these increasing needs. Because our services are free of charge, though, there is no associated increase in income correlated with the increased expenses. Unrestricted operational funds would allow nonprofits like Pro Bono Counseling to continue to offer person-centered, trauma-informed care to Marylanders in need. And you don't need to take my word for it. I was going to share about how our clients often ask to say if they had more money, they would donate to us. And we encourage a favorable report on HB 1226.
Good afternoon, President. This is PMBK from PDRC International. I'm here just in solidarity of Maryland Nonprofit Network. So this is just because of the API community, especially small nonprofit organizations. They have very difficulty to serve the people in the community. So this fund is very important for those who are in difficult situations. So that's why I would like to request you, the chair, to approve this bill. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Udalevitt. I'm the Executive Director of Heart for Animals in rural Garrett County. We urge you to support the Nonprofit Sustainability Fund. As a nonprofit with 40 employees, the passing of the Accelerated Fair Wage Act will amount to an increase of $9,000 monthly to our or $108,000 annually to our budget. Our net income the entire year of 2022 was just $8,000. This increase will result in fewer low-cost spay-neuters, higher prices for our underprivileged community, and layoffs. An unrestricted grant for small and medium nonprofits will allow HART to continue to serve our low-income residents. Our mission to provide accessible spay-neuter surgeries, operate a humane and animal center, and shelter and adopt homeless animals is funded only by private donations, fundraising, and small grants. Our clinic performs low-cost spay-neuters and emergency care for pets in low-income households. Since 2009, our clinic has performed over 13,000 low and no-cost spay-neuters for our pets in our community. Absorbing a $9,000 a month payroll increase will not be sustainable without affecting our low-income families. This nonprofit sustainability fund will enable us to keep our staff employed and provide low-cost spay-neuter and emergency services at reasonable costs for pets in low-income households in rural Maryland. We urge you to consider this bill and the positive effect it will have on the public service we, as well as all the other nonprofits, can continue to provide. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kirsten Geddes Downs, and I'm the Executive Director of the Homeless Persons Representation Project, or HPRP. HPRP supports Bill 1226 that will provide funding for civil legal services as well as our other service partners. HPRP is a legal service nonprofit providing free legal representation for those who are housing insecure or who are have faced homelessness. HPRP advocates for families, individuals at approximately 15 community-based legal clinics and shelters, soup kitchens, at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and other locations. We handle more than 1,000 cases yearly, helping people obtain stable housing and critical services like food stamps, veterans benefits, healthcare, and more. Civil legal services help safeguard basic human needs, whether it's housing, access to food, education, or employment. The advocacy and services offered by legal service organizations addresses past injustices as well as moves Maryland towards the economic and social equity so often championed by Maryland's policymakers. Yet organizations such as HPRP must have the resources to strengthen our organizational health to address these civil legal needs, particularly as we move through new initiatives and legal reforms. For example, the legal reforms in cannabis legalization and access to counsel in evictions creates new opportunities for civil legal services to help Maryland citizens. Recent studies have shown that 74% of low-income Americans have at least one civil legal issue. Without being able to provide these services, people do not have access to thrive, do not have access to becoming gainfully employed. All of these issues are important for civil legal services. Without stable funding, we are unable to help individuals, and we are unable to help Maryland communities and services.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
testimony.
Just as a last, we just request a favorable report, not only for our organizations and the partners that we serve, but for all citizens of Maryland. This is crucial.
Thank you so much. We know how important the work all of you do is, and we really appreciate and thank you for it. Are there questions for this panel? Thanks again for everything you all do. Oh, Delegate McComas, I'm sorry, I missed Delegate McComas.
This you may not be able to answer, but I'm sitting here thinking, because a long time ago, our county government would have one person that was dealt with legislative services as well as doing grants. Now, I don't know if it was for government grants or if it was also private nonprofits, but I'm sitting here wondering, I know everybody has different functions, you know, animals, legal analysis, homeless, you know, different things, but is there any type of standardization within the nonprofit framework that you could have people that were experts that, you know, each agency could go, that they could help them with the accounting, they could help them with the payroll, they could help them with the grants. Maybe I'm dreaming, okay.
So we have to, We have to choose who wants to answer this. We can only allow one witness to answer if anyone would like to. Maybe it's okay if Heather Iliff can
All right.
choose the chair of
Thank you so much.
Nonprofits Maryland.
People are chuckling because we're in the process of trying to do that just now. It's called the Nonprofit Accelerator Program, and it was started up with a $5 million state grant in the budget last year. So stay tuned. We've launched financial management services, and we plan to have HR and grant writing services by the end of this year.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you all for being with us again. Appreciate you. There may be one more witness who's here. Is Adrian Muldrow? Did I miss Adrian Muldrow? And I think we have some online witnesses. If you want to pull them up, Jewel, we can. Sorry, I was looking for witnesses to come up to the table. Thank you all for joining us. Ms. McGuinn, you have 2 minutes. And Tim Reagan, if you can mute yourself so that Ms. McGuinn can, yeah, there you go.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Elizabeth McGlynn, and I'm the Executive Director of Girls on the Run of Montgomery County, a positive youth development program for girls in 3rd through 8th grade. Girls on the Run of Montgomery County supports House Bill 1226 to create a new nonprofit system.
Sorry, I was looking for witnesses to come up to the table. Thank you all for joining us. Somebody's got their Zoom, their YouTube still on. You need to turn that off. You're going to get. And Tim Reagan, if you can mute yourself so that Ms. McGuinn. It's very unnerving to hear your own voice. You know, it's like. Ms. McGuinn, okay, you can continue. Great, thanks.
Okay, so we support the House Bill 1226 to create a new nonprofit sustainability fund and to fund it at $100 million annually. Nonprofits struggle to obtain the revenue they need to fully meet their missions, to address the many complex administrative requirements of a nonprofit corporation and to grow. As you may be aware from a recent New York Times article, girls are not okay. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is published by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, is the gold standard for measuring the state of teen behavior and mental health. From 2011 to 2021, the survey found that the share of teenage girls who say they experience persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness increased from a 36 to a whopping 57%, with the highest jump coming during the coronavirus pandemic. The share of girls who say they contemplated suicide increased 50% in the past decade. Social media, the pandemic, mental health, body image satisfaction are all contributing factors. Positive youth development programs like Girls on the Run address these issues, but many parents are unable to afford these after-school programs. Our program offers financial aid to these underserved families, but the increasing demand for this aid has put our nonprofit at risk. We used to provide approximately 25% of our families with aid, and that has increased to 37%. We rely on funding from a variety of sources to be able to provide our aid, but many of these sources have dried up due to the current economic
Thank you.
climate.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us,
Yep.
sharing your voice to this important bill. Ms. Cassidy?
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to have this opportunity. As the Executive Director of the Lighthouse Homeless Prevention and Support Center in Annapolis, I would like to express my support of the Nonprofit Sustainability Fund. In the last few years, the Lighthouse has been met with a dramatic increase in neighbors seeking our services. This is a direct impact from the pandemic, a volatile labor market, and the rising cost of housing and rent. Recent statistics show that 47% of renters in our county are paying more than the recommended 30% or less of income on housing, putting their finances at risk by not allowing them to save for emergencies, cover their basic needs such as food, healthcare, and utilities, and putting them at risk of not being able to stay in their homes. Inflation and the rising cost of food, transportation, and other essentials has stretched many budgets beyond their limits as well. These factors, combined with a major increase in mental health and addiction issues, has put significant strain on our community. Our neighbors who are chronically homeless, newly homeless, or at risk of homelessness need our support more than ever. The individuals and families who experience these hardships are showing up at the Lighthouse every day in record numbers. Prior to 2019, our organization served an average of 2,000 community members in need annually across all our programs. Since the pandemic began in 2020, the Lighthouse has been serving an average of 2,700 community members annually. As a result, our operating expenses increased over 30% since the start of the pandemic. Over this past year, the amount of public funding to support COVID relief efforts has diminished, while inflation is causing further increases in our expenses. Market impacts are also affecting our private donors and their ability to make charitable donations.
Thank you.
We foresee that our
You can just conclude. You're welcome to conclude. Yep.
Thank you. We foresee that our tightest budget will be this year as we continue to do our best to meet this increasing need in our community.
Thank you so much.
Unrestricted grant funding would go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Cassidy. Mr. Regan, welcome.
Thanks, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Tim Regan, the Executive Director of Paul's Place in Baltimore. We support House Bill 1226 to create a new nonprofit sustainability fund and to fund it at $100 million annually. Paul's Place is a nonprofit organization leading change and improving the quality of life within Pigtown and other Southwest Baltimore neighborhoods. We've been a steadfast source of support for residents of Southwest Baltimore for over 40 years now. We started as a 2-day-a-week soup kitchen, and we became a one-stop destination with a wide array of resources for hundreds of individuals every day. Paul's Place now offers more than 20 programs to help guests along a path to self-sufficiency. And we also operate a workforce development program that trains people with employment barriers for a career in the hospitality industry at our Groundwork Kitchen restaurant. We've been generously supported through the years by our private donors, private foundations, and public agencies of Maryland and Baltimore. However, like all nonprofits, we struggle to obtain the revenue we need to fully meet our mission and to grow. The majority of our funding is restricted to specific programs, and it is much more difficult to raise unrestricted dollars, which allow us to begin new initiatives and to effectively manage the administrative requirements of our operation. This is complicated by the fact that we run a large number of programs that meet basic needs in our community. An unrestricted grant of 1.5% to 10% of revenue would provide a boost that would multiply the effectiveness of Paul's Place in all of Maryland's small and mid-sized nonprofits. The Nonprofit Sustainability Fund would help government to deliver services and address needs in every program area. It would help make Maryland a more attractive place to live, to work, and to start or expand a business. As my friend Robert Egger says, there are no profits without nonprofits. For these reasons, Paul's Place respectfully requests a favorable report on HB 1226. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Regan, and thanks for the work you do. Are there questions for Mr. Regan? I don't see any. Thanks for being with us. That concludes the vote hearing on House Bill 1226. I think we have Delegate Wells, Chief of Staff, with us. Welcome up, and if you have a panel, you can bring them up. That is House Bill 805. And I want to just announce, for everyone here for House Bill 912, which is our last bill, after this bill, we're going to pause. We have a BRE hearing at 4 o'clock. We have Board of Revenue Estimates and Department of Legislative Services joining us, so we probably will get back to bill hearings 4:30, 4:45. So just so you know for your own scheduling. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Matt Kramer. I'm Delegate Wells' Chief of Staff, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the delegate for House Bill 805, which would establish the Office of African American Affairs. The Office of African American Affairs would be responsible for studying the status of African Americans in the state, provide training, education, and outreach services, recommend methods of overcoming all forms of discrimination, including systemic and structural, and develop innovative policy and provide ways to improve conditions and removing barriers for African Americans in the state, as well as provide informed advice to the executive and legislative branches of government. Delegate Wells does have amendments to the legislation that will be sent to you shortly as soon as they're all completed. But the first amendment would remove the language saying the office must be located in the Banneker Douglas Museum. The second amendment is to move the office to the Governor's Office of Community Initiatives. The third amendment would remove the mandatory funding of $250,000 to state the governor may fund the office. And the last amendment would allow for a 3 to 5 year strategic plan in place of an annual plan, which I believe was a drafting error. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them back to the delegate and provide you with an answer. Thank you.
Ready for me? All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Kara Hunt. I am a Maryland native. I completed my postdoctoral fellowship and my undergraduate work right here at UMBC. I'm currently Director of Education and Outreach at the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights, but I'm here in a personal capacity to talk about the importance of House Bill 805. So in my research, for the most part, and focusing on disparities facing African Americans, much of the data that we currently have is disjointed. So you have to look to the Department of Health, Minority Health Disparities, or DPSCS, or a multitude of other nonprofit organizations in order to source data that specifically focuses on and centers African American disparities. So right now, when we have so much legislation at the forefront with regard to social inequity and systemic and structural racism facing African Americans, it's incredibly important that we have an annual report and a body that is focused on amalgamating that information in such a way that we can analyze it and actually create a Maryland-centric dialogue with regard to those issues, especially when we talk about systemic analysis, which we desperately need in order to ensure that future initiatives are successful in targeting communities and providing that restorative justice framework that we so greatly deserve. I am incredibly grateful for your time. Thank you.
We also have a virtual witness, Dr. Tamara Green, who's joining us virtually. Okay, Dr. Green? Okay, great. Any questions for this panel? No questions from this panel? Okay. We'll wait a couple more seconds for Dr. Green. All right, Dr. Green, thanks for joining us virtually. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the committee. My name is Tamara Green, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Baltimore City Health Department. Please be advised that the Baltimore City Administration supports with amendment House Bill 805. This bill establishes the Office of African American Affairs in the Department of Human Services and requires appropriation in the annual budget for salaries for the office. This office will bring together state and community organizations to create strategic plans aimed at addressing prominent issues facing African American residents of Maryland. African American residents make up over 60% of Baltimore City and almost a third of Maryland's population. Historically, discriminatory policies in housing, education, and healthcare have contributed to persistent inequalities that many African Americans face. Adverse social and financial conditions are associated with poor health outcomes. These conditions include unstable housing, under-resourced education, financial strain, and limited healthcare access. The Office of African American Affairs will create a research-based convening office that will bring together state and community leadership to share best practices and make policy recommendations aimed at improving the health and well-being of African Americans in Baltimore City and Maryland. For these reasons, the Baltimore City Administration respectfully requests a favorable with amendment report on House Bill 805. On page 3, the amendment should include representation from the Maryland State Treasurer's Office
to evaluate financial policies such as baby bonds for the children of Maryland. Research shows that increases in wealth can lead to healthier living conditions, access to health care, and protect people from chronic stress.
Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you so much for this time.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us virtually. We very much appreciate it. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the panel here on this bill? Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. That concludes the bill hearing for House Bill 805. And at this time, we're going to take a couple minutes break before our briefing with Ways and Means, joining with Ways and Means at 4 p.m. Committee members, Ms. Carol, Ms. Jewell, are going to flip the room to accommodate 2 full committees being here. Your seat may move, so please work with Ms. Carol to find your new seat if you have one. And we will start at 4 p.m. with our briefing. Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone to a joint hearing between Ways and Means and Appropriations. We're going to get a briefing today on what happened earlier today at the Board of Revenue Estimates. As you all know, there have been rumors of bad news floating around for a few days. As a result, the Appropriations Committee moved back the budget to tomorrow. We were supposed to vote it out yesterday. Unfortunately, it seems like this bad news has come to fruition. So we're here joined by our comptroller and VRE, as well as Dave Romans from DLS, to tell us exactly what the bad news is and how that affects our budget picture, and hopefully not only this year's budget, but moving forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chair Atterbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Appropriations Committee for welcoming us and making room for us. I really appreciate it, since we don't have a joint hearing room. So I really do appreciate it, and your staff has been amazing. So I do just want to say thank you very much for that. This is a really important briefing that we're about to have, so I want to thank the comptroller and BRE and everyone here who's going to present this news. And I think both of us thought that it was really important that it wasn't just the two of us receiving the news, but that it was all of us. And for Ways and Means committee members, we're really going to have to take a look at what we're doing in terms of revenues for long-term and how this is going to affect everyone's long-term projects, and likely really just going to have to focus on what we've already committed to and how to make that work. So with that said, Mr. Chair, happy to begin.
All right, welcome, comptroller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, it's great to be here today. I'm going to be incredibly brief. I'm simply here to introduce the main attraction, which is Robert Rearman, who is our Director of the Bureau of Revenue Estimates. The Bureau of Revenue Estimates, for all the new members, serves as the economic staff for the comptroller and staff for the Board of Revenue Estimates. And today, the Board of Revenue Estimates voted to adopt a revised forecast of $23.7 billion for FY23 and $24.7 billion for FY24. Which is a decrease of $477 million. But my final point is it's not all bad news. We still do see growth in the next few years. And you might have seen the treasurer who announced this yesterday, that we did maintain our AAA bond rating from all three rating agencies. So that was very exciting. Yes. And now I'm so pleased to thank Robert for all of his great work, and the entire BRA team for all the great work that they do. So Robert, over to you. You're good.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller, and thank you, Madam Chair, and Chair Barnes, and members of the committee for this opportunity to provide a briefing on the revised March forecast. Turning to the first page, this is our official revenue statement. And as was mentioned, the revised forecast is $23.7 billion in 23 and $24.7 billion in fiscal 24. So on an ongoing basis, taking out one-time items, the forecast is for general funds to increase by 2.1% and 1% in 24. So this is a $477 million reduction, which is approximately 1% of the total general fund revenues over this time period. Turning to the factors that have caused this downward revision, the first factor is non-wage income, business income, and investment income paid under the personal income tax. This is a very volatile and difficult to predict revenue source. And right now, the state has an elevated share of this revenue source compared to historic norms. So this has been highlighted as a risk to the forecast since the September board meeting. Taxes on this income source are paid throughout the year in quarterly estimated payments. In quarters 1 through 3, it appeared that we were going to have a relatively strong tax year from this source, and we were up 8% year to date. However, in the fourth quarter, which is becoming increasingly more important, this is due in January 15th, there was a sharp and sudden decline in this income source. And as a result, we're about 10% down for the tax year. The second source of these downward revisions is it appears that the Maryland economy is slowing a little bit more than we anticipated. And we have some preliminary evidence that the Maryland economy is underperforming relative to the national economy. And the board forecasts have, since December 2021, incorporated some significant declines in our growth rates relative to the last 2 years, which we believe were fueled by the one-time pandemic assistance. In addition, there was heightened uncertainty on the economic outlook given the Federal Reserve, in an effort to combat persistent inflation, is intentionally slowing the economy in order to bring inflation down to their target. However, in the latter part of 2022 and early 2023, the Maryland economy did appear in the labor market, and consumer spending slowed more than we anticipated. So as a result, we are revising downward the sales and use tax forecast and our withholding income tax forecast. So this is, given the recency of the data, it's not clear if this is a long-term trend. It also does not presage an imminent recession, but this is some concerning data, maybe some flashing yellow warning signs, and this has been incorporated into our forecast. So through December, we are on track on our December estimates, but in the last few months, we did under-attain relative to the forecast. So year to date, we are about $190 million under the December forecast. Going to the specific changes, the personal income tax is the largest revision. 40% of that revision is from withholding, and 60% is from non-wage income. The sales and use tax, as I mentioned, we are revising that down by $280 million over the 2-year period. Conversely, our corporate income tax revenues are stronger than we estimated, and year to date they are up, and we are increasing that forecast to recognize that additional income. Lastly, due to rising interest rates, we're getting much more interest income. So the last adjustment in our forecast is increasing our interest income estimate by $50 million in '23 and $25 million in '24. So in total, that's a reduction of $77.4 million in 2023 and approximately $400 million in 2024. And putting this forecast into context and also the recent changes in our revenues, this is an illustration of our annual average growth rates in the recent past and what's incorporated in our forecast. The orange bars are the elevated growth rates in the last 2 years, which I mentioned were fueled by the pandemic assistance provided by the federal government. So these board forecasts had always had a deceleration in growth rates, and then also had these modest growth rates relative to what we think is our trend growth rate or a typical growth rate. That is the blue bars. Those are the 5 years before the pandemic. What's always been uncertain, though, is the trajectory of this deceleration and its timing. And as I mentioned, it appeared to slow a little bit quicker than we anticipated. The sales and use tax relative to the personal income tax is a little bit different story. That's distributional impacts. The recent legislation altering the manner by which sales and use tax revenues are dedicated to Blueprint also dedicates a greater share over time. So on a gross receipts basis, it's similar to the personal income tax, increasing by 1.5% in '23 and 2.7% in '24. But putting these ongoing general fund revenues, the forecast in context, the December forecast had growth rates that were about 1/3 slower than what we believe our trend rate of growth is. This revised March forecast has growth rates over the 2-year period that are less than half of what we believe is our trend rate of growth. And turning to our forecast of the jobs, we have revised downward modestly our forecast of Maryland employment. On balance, the board forecasts have been more conservative than the forecasts produced by our economic consultants. But we are making another modest adjustment downward in our forecast, specifically in calendar 22. We're revising downward our expectations from 2.9 to 2.5% growth. In the next calendar year, we expect growth to be less than half of that. And in calendar 24, we project that the labor market will increase by 0.6%. And next three slides are have some data, as I mentioned, kind of some very preliminary and recent data showing that the Maryland economy may be underperforming relative to the national economy. The first illustration here is a comparison of employment in Maryland and the U.S. Typically in Maryland, we're less cyclical. We don't decline as much during a contraction, and we don't share in the boom as much, owing to moderating influences such as the federal government. Unusually, in the COVID-19 recession, we had a similar decline as the rest of the nation, but we've also lagged in the recovery as well. And in the latter part of 2022, there seemed to be some divergence as our growth has slowed more. So it appears that the factors that are continuing to power labor force expansion in the U.S., which has exceeded expectations for 10 months straight, may not be filtering down in the same manner to the Maryland economy. Had Maryland recovered at a similar rate as the U.S., there would be 75,000 additional jobs approximately. Another indication of a shorter and possibly long-term challenge is we are a slower growth state. And the next graph has our working age population comparison from the U.S. to Maryland. And there has been a little bit of a sharp decline in the last few years from about positive 0.5% growth rate to negative 0.5% in calendar 22. Given the aging demographics of our population, I don't think we should expect a meaningful reversion to the higher growth rates that we had previously. And the last chart comparison is the relative strength of the labor markets in the U.S. and Maryland. There was a lot of commentary in calendar 22 about an overheated labor market nationally. And there was 2 open jobs for every unemployed person at its peak. And then although Maryland, we still have a stronger labor market in terms of demand before the pandemic, in that comparison, we used to closely track the national labor market, and we started to diverge in about 2021. And in a similar manner, one measure of employment, although imperfect, is the unemployment rate, which is, as long as my time working for the state, we've always been under the national average, but recently we do have a higher unemployment rate. How this slower labor market growth gets incorporated into our forecast, the next chart is our withholding revenue. And typically, before the pandemic, that grew at about 3 to 4%. It accelerated to over 7% in the 2 years, in the last 2 fiscal years. But beginning in spring of 2022, it started to normalize and return to more typical growth rates. However, in the last few months, it slowed more than anticipated, and the revenue estimate was below our expectations. Given the December estimate, we would have had to re-accelerate to 8% in the balance of the fiscal year in order to achieve that target. So we've revised downwards this underattainment in the last few months to incorporate a more attainable growth rate for the rest of this fiscal year and then also the next. Turning to the sales and use tax, this is a chart for the U.S. of consumer expenditures, and then also showing for services, which are generally not taxable by the state, and goods, which generally are taxable. So during the last 2 fiscal years, we really had 2 real benefits to our sales use tax revenue. There was this injection from the federal government of a lot of money, and there was a lot of spending. There was also a favorable shift from these non-taxable services to taxable goods. However, even on a national level, consumer spending is still elevated relative to prior to the pandemic. Spending on goods has returned to pre-pandemic normal levels. And for our sales and use tax forecast, the December forecast had always assumed that we were going to have a slowing growth rate as we go through fiscal 2023. We had expected in the first quarter for it to grow a little bit in excess of 7%, and then in the last half of the fiscal year, eventually to be about 2%. But by the second quarter, there was that growth of less than 1%, and in a similar manner to the withholding income tax, we adjusted downward our forecast due to the underattainment of the sales and use tax in the last 3 months. Well, the next few slides has more details on non-wage income or non-withholding income under the personal income tax. This chart has the share of general fund revenues from these sources. And this is elevated relative to our historic average. This has been both a long-term trend over time and also the spike in the last 2 years where it's really run up. So I think 2 points about that is our state revenues on balance are more volatile now. So we can expect probably a little more turbulence and maybe uncertainty about the direction of those revenues given this elevated share. An additional consideration is this revenue does not get realized evenly throughout the fiscal year. It's not like the sales and use and withholding where we get that monthly and it's relatively balanced. We get more of this income after the December estimate and even the March estimate in the form of final payments. So that is a budgetary consideration of when those uncertain incomes are realized. A related risk to this is concentration risk. This income is not distributed evenly throughout all taxpayers. We're getting more and more income taxes from fewer and fewer taxpayers. And we start to getting to these smaller and smaller numbers, it may become less about macroeconomics and more about individual household decisions. Next chart has our capital gains forecast. This is largely unchanged from the December forecast. We just had an additional year of data, which was in line with our expectations. But this does illustrate the volatility of non-wage income over time and how there can be significant declines throughout the years. In addition, even though we are projecting a 33% decline in capital gains over a 2-year period and a cumulative 40% decrease before leveling off at approximately $15 billion, we're still at elevated amounts relative to our historic norms. And providing some additional data on non-withholding income and withholding income, I think this chart tells a good story or picture of why our revenues have been moving in the manner in which they have in the last 2 years, very elevated, and how that's been different when in the pre-pandemic period. So prior to the last 2 fiscal years, withholding really drove the increase in our gross revenues. This doesn't include refunds and local share, but these are gross revenues from withholding and gross from non-withholding income. But even though withholding was elevated in the last 2 years, as I mentioned, over 7%, it really only added about $200 million extra in the last 2 fiscal years in each of those years. But over that time, there was almost a $2 billion increase in non-wage income. And unfortunately, this is not the kind of income source that you can lock away in a bank and count on it in the future because it is very volatile. And I think this also illustrates kind of the drag on our forecast in terms of these low growth rates and also the revisions that we're doing in the March forecast. Because although we're adding about $1.05 billion in withholding income tax revenues, we're taking out about $500 million in non-withholding income revenue. I also caution that's about a quarter of the recent run-up, this $2 billion increase in the last 2 years. In addition, since all of our growth is coming from withholding, if there is a slower than expected growth or slower than expected change in the labor force, or there's a recession, that could significantly decrease that withholding income over the 2-year period. Providing more detail on the estimated payments in this last tax year, the first thing I'd like to point out is there's been a shift in taxpayer behavior. The fourth quarter is much more important than it once was. This started in the fourth quarter of tax year 2020, and it really hit an apex in tax year 2021, the fourth quarter, where pass-through entities alone were made over $1.1 billion in estimated payments. And as taxpayers were going through the third quarter, they estimated that they were going to have a pretty good year, and we were up 8% year to date. But that fourth quarter had that sudden decline, and in particular from the pass-through entities, and they drove 80% of our decrease. The next two slides weave together in terms of by component what our changes are on a tax year basis. Tax year 22 is mainly that reduction in estimated payments. We've had a double-digit decline in final payments, and typically when the fourth quarter is weak, that does indicate that final payments are likely to be down. But there is some caution in that because, again, we're coming from historic highs. Final payments last year increased by 50%. So even though we're taking out a double-digit decline, that is still also elevated compared to prior years. And turning to tax year 23, those changes are driven by a decrease in our withholding assumption. Even though our estimated payments growth rate changes a little bit, the underattainment from 22 is flowing through and impacting tax year 23. And then lastly, we did decrease our final payments estimate a little bit in tax year 23. The next slide puts together all those income sources to show the decrease in taxable income that we have projected in the March estimates. And turning to the corporate income tax, which I mentioned is a significant revision upwards, unlike the sales and use tax and estimated payments in the personal income tax, we are ahead of the estimate year to date. We're at $187 million above the estimate. In addition, we had expected, given the growth in the last 2 years, for there to be a moderate reduction. However, that has not materialized yet. And year-to-date, we are up 5%. In addition, unlike estimated payments in personal income tax, there continues to be some strength in tax year 22 estimated payments, and we're up year-to-date 12%. So in terms of summing up the March forecast and the changes, this has been an adjustment to this recent underattainment in some of our key revenue sources, estimated payments, sales and use tax, and also estimated payments, sales and use tax, and withholding income tax revenues. Again, it's relatively recent data. It does provide some caution, but it's really hard, given all of the shocks that have happened since the pandemic, to really make some long-term conclusions about what this data means, but it does mean that we are incorporating this in our forecast. So thank you, members, for the opportunity to present this information, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Great job. So Thank you for this great presentation. Thank you to your team. Are there any questions for Mr. Rearman? Delegate Bridges, is that, people are all, Delegate Edelson.
Edelson.
Thanks so much for the presentation, recognizing that this is all very early and quite volatile. Are there any underlying factors that you can determine for the divergence between the Maryland and U.S. economy rebound?
So I do think we don't have as much representation in some of the more cyclical industries. So when the economy is recovering, we don't have as much share in that in terms of our employment. Also, it seems like accommodation and food services, that's been kind of some of the recent growth, and we don't seem to be having that same strength in Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It does seem interesting to me that corporations are making more money and but people aren't. Is that a trend that you've seen?
I do think in recessions or difficult times, large corporations do tend to be able to hold up better compared to their smaller companies. But there is, I should say, there is sometimes a lag, though, in the corporate income tax and these shifts in the economy and when they may be realized in the corporate income tax. And also, there appears to be maybe a long-term trend of some federal tax law changes ever since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of more income getting reported, and that's providing some benefit on the state level.
Thank you. Delegate Grice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, on page 16, you were talking about the cyclical piece, and then also the pass-throughs, which is our LLCs, our sole proprietors. It's our small businesses that are struggling, it seems to be, in this situation. What would you attribute that to? I'm guessing probably a lot of our baby boomers are probably now retiring. That probably attributes to some of it, but you know, when public policy also would attribute to that, I would say to some extent, if you were to talk to some business owners. Do you guys have any idea of where, you know, what might be causing our smaller businesses to struggle?
Given the preliminary nature of the data, unfortunately, we don't have, you know, the causes of that. I think it's safe to just say we're not sure yet.
Delegate Grice, I will say, if you were pointing to page 16, as you can see, the pass-through entity starting in Q4 in 2020 is much greater than in previous years, and that is a direct result of legislation that this body passed, allowing, because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, that we would allow pass-through entities to claim some of the income or the income that their members have. So then members are pushing it through and now filing in Q4 rather than previously they didn't have that. So those spikes that you see there are because of legislation that we all passed several years ago.
And that's a very good point. If I could just follow on that, some of this might be a shift of what was recognized on the individual level. Right. So now the entity is paying on behalf of the members. Right. So these orange bars might have been more attributable to individuals in the absence of this legislation.
Right, so it was revenue neutral, basically, yes. But it's shifting who's paying it and when.
Yeah, I just want to confirm this is assuming a pretty soft landing.
Yes.
Okay.
And one of your points on the slide that says what has changed since December, the estimated payments, which were increasing, had a sharp decline for the Q4 of tax year 2022. When you're talking about estimated payments, are you talking about individual income estimated payments?
Yes.
Okay. So is it possible that when people get to the Q4, they pay safe harbor and then you'll see a bump in the April revenue estimates for 2022?
There is some uncertainty in that. To the extent they overcorrected in the Q4, that may benefit us in final payments, but this kind of strikes to that uncertainty in these estimated payments.
So we can cross our fingers?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you discuss for us or comment on the implications of this in terms of long-term spending, particularly as it relates to the blueprint and any other long-term spending projects that anybody might have ideas for?
I think I would defer to my colleague David Romans on that. I am not a well-rounded budget person. I am a revenue person. So I think he would be best to address that issue.
He's our prognosticator and our budgeter. Yeah.
I don't know if you're willing to stay in case there is another.
Absolutely.
More
Absolutely.
technical question at the end.
Be glad to.
Mr. Romans, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last couple of pages just try to put into context with the state budget, which you'll be dealing with in the next week or so, sort of what it means. So that first chart shows you, if you look at the cash column, that the governor's budget, when he submitted it in January, had an $820 million fund balance at the end of fiscal '24. So at the end of the upcoming year, the governor was leaving $820 million of cash. Part of the rationale at the time was we don't know what's going to happen with revenues. The write-down, as you heard, reduces revenues across the 2 years by $478 million. So that reduces the general fund cash under the governor's budget plan to $342 million. That is just short of the Spending Affordability Committee's goal from back in December of $350 million. So you're just like about $8 million short of kind of that goal. So that's fairly easy to deal with in terms of reaching the spending affordability goal, of course. The other column shows you the structural. And so for those of you who don't hear about the budget very often, so structural is comparing ongoing revenues to ongoing spending. And so ongoing revenues are income tax, sales tax, corporate income tax. One-time revenues that we exclude on the revenues are things like transfers from the rainy day fund, transfers from other fund balances, sort of extraordinary things that you don't have happen very often. So you're comparing the ongoing revenues to the ongoing spending, which is, the spending that we do every year to support all of the state's programs. It excludes things like capital, because those, capital projects are kind of a one-time thing. And so you can see when the governor submitted his proposal, we had a structural surplus of about $340 million, meaning we had more ongoing revenues than ongoing spending that was being proposed. The BRE write-down, because most of the write-down is in fiscal '24 and it's all to ongoing revenues, reduces the structural surplus by $400 million and actually leaves us in a deficit on a structural basis of about $60 million. And that's the more challenging issue for the General Assembly, because the Spending Affordability Committee's goal was to have a structural surplus of $100 million at the end of fiscal '24. So you're, $160 million short of that goal. And to the extent that there's any things the General Assembly wants to add money for in the budget that are ongoing, that, there needs to be even more space made to accommodate that. So that's what the big challenge, I think, for the House of Delegates in the next week as you work through the budget is going to be, is how to deal with that structural challenge. The next page just kind of puts the data, it's the same data, but, it puts the same data, but it shows you the total funds available. So it shows you the actual general fund dollars. So you can see the general fund spending under the current budget plan is about $28 billion in fiscal '23. It actually drops to $27 billion in fiscal '24. One of the reasons for that was there was an extraordinary amount of cash available last year, and a lot of it was used for one-time capital projects. I mean, there were a couple of $1 billion of capital projects funded last year, so that's why you're seeing the overall spending drop, and you can see where the total cash is. The structural and cash balance overall is the same. So that's kind of where you are, be going into kind of budget decisions. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just a couple things at the outset. There was really no way for the governor to see this coming when he put his budget in. This is something we just have to account for now. But kudos to the governor. He did leave a significant amount of cash in case this happened. Is that kind of what we're hearing?
Yes, he left, the 820 was in part in case there was a recession. I mean, this forecast, it's not good news, but, if it was a recession, it would be worse than what Robert went through.
With regard to the structural amount, you said SAC has put us at $100 million to the good. That's traditionally where we are with SAC, spending affordability. Is that right?
You try to be on the positive side of structural.
Can you remember a time where the legislature sent a budget out that didn't meet those SAC goals of $100 million to the good?
During the Great Recession, the state had a pretty huge structural deficit for a few years. So like the spending affordability goals in those years were to chip away and make progress toward eliminating the structural deficit.
I would hope we're not quite there, at least at this point. So really, we should be looking at this negative 60 million as 160 million that the legislature has to account for before we get to any bills, to any pieces of legislation, to any legislative ads. We've actually got to balance this 160 million before we even get to those things.
That is correct.
Okay. I know the chair had some questions for you earlier.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just touch on what this means for the blueprint and the goals that we had set, and how that looks at this point?
So it wasn't talked about because it's not part of the general fund revenues, but some of these revenue write-downs
Okay.
spill over to
I
the.
am not on appropriations.
Yep.
To be clear.
So the Blueprint Fund gets a lot of its money from the sales tax. It gets a percentage of our sales tax revenues. So the sales tax revenues were written down. Robert talked about the general fund impact, but there's also a Blueprint fund impact of about $40 million. So we have, and then it continues in the out years. So you have less money going into the Blueprint Fund than was originally planned. In addition, I would say, as was talked about back in January when the governor's budget was proposed, before this write-down, we were in pretty good shape on structural for fiscal 25 and 26. But in fiscal 27, because the Blueprint costs so far exceed the available revenues for the Blueprint Fund by fiscal 27, there's a large structural budget deficit, a large general fund problem. Because if the Blueprint Fund doesn't have the money to pay for the K through 12 education enhancements, then it falls to the general fund. So the general fund structural gap back in January was nearly $1 billion in fiscal 27 and over $1 billion in fiscal 28. Robert didn't talk about the out years. They're not really bad in terms of making the general fund revenues much, much worse in the out years, but it will just exacerbate the problem that was already there. So, you know, you'll be okay for the next couple of years, but then you've got a very challenging, longer-term forecast, and it's largely driven by the Blueprint Fund's revenues not being adequate to fund all of the planned expenditures.
Thank you.
Delegate Smith has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for your presentation. Of course, thank you for your presentation, and it's always great to see our comptroller visiting us in appropriations, even under these circumstances. We're so happy to see you nonetheless. But I wanted to just kind of piggyback on what Madam Chair was discussing. I guess it's more of a statement, but if you have any additional context, it'd be great. As you noted, we're really going to have to spend the next 4 years being very prudent to ensure that many of the responsibilities we've already taken on in terms of implementing the blueprint and so forth, that we have all the funds needed in the outlying years. So I just want to make sure that there's an understanding, not just among the people that are in this room, but just broadly, that the capacity to take on a lot of maybe new projects that have not yet been conceived might be a bit constrained by some of the realities that were shared with us today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You've got commitments in statute that you need to meet, and in the longer term, it's going to be hard to meet those commitments without making additional ones. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to both the chairs. So I'm stuck on Blueprint, sorry. With Blueprint, you said largely you attributed it to sales tax, but there are other sources of funds for the Blueprint Fund, is that correct? Are there any, what are the forecasts for those? We have, a couple of other dedicated sources.
Yeah, I mean, the Blueprint Fund the revenues going into the fund are projected to grow over time, but there's two issues. One is they're not projected to grow as fast as the planned spending from the Blueprint Fund. The other thing is that the General Assembly has made a great effort to put a lot of cash into the Blueprint Fund to help support, the implementation of the Kerwin reforms. And so there's a very large balance right now, but cash that you put in prior years, and that cash is kind of paying for the implementation of the Blueprint over the next couple of years. But eventually that cash runs out, and then the ongoing revenues in the Blueprint Fund are nowhere near enough to pay for the Kerwin costs, which continue to grow each year until 2034.
Even with some of the separate funding sources that we have?
Right.
Okay, thanks, yeah.
Mr. Chair. Sorry. I just wanted to add that as part of a bill legislation that we passed several years ago, the BRE does certain mandated reports every year, and we'll be working on a report specifically on the Blueprint Fund and our expected revenues for the Blueprint Fund, and that will come out later this year and be available on the BRE website, mbre.gov. Thanks.
The one thing I should just add on the Blueprint is that a couple of years ago, you passed legislation to impose a digital advertising tax, and that is in court. And that was expected to generate $250 million a year or so. Right now, we're all assuming nothing because we don't know how the court case will be resolved. But if the state were to win that court case, that would at least provide some additional revenue. It's not enough to deal with all of the costs, but it would help somewhat in closing the gap.
Any other questions from the committee for either of our presenters? Madam Chair, closing remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for welcoming us, and for those of you who gave up your seats for some other members, we appreciate it. Next time it's on us. Come on over. I just want to say, given the outlook and everything, in no way does this claw back or withdraw this body's commitment to the Blueprint. Chair Barnes, now Senator Alonzo Washington, put a significant amount of work into that, as well as both of the committees, and that is a commitment that we made to all of the kids in the state of Maryland and to our teachers. And so we are not backing away from it, and this just means that these committees both have a lot of work to do, and we are just going to have to figure it out. So thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Hear, hear. I couldn't say it better myself, Madam Chair. Thank you. Well, committees, we have work to do, but we're going to stand by our kids here, and we're going to get through this budget. With DLS's help, we're going to make sure we end up structurally on the good. So rest assured that the budget committees are going to make sure that we do what's responsible this year. Stand by our commitments. With that, thank you all. We're adjourned. I need the Appropriations Committee to stay for the bill hearing that we need to finish up.
Ways and Means, we're voting right now. Go to the committee, please.
All right, we're going to just start in about 5 minutes, everybody, so just so you know, about 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. We apologize to all of our guests who have been with us all day, and we thank you for hanging in there. I know that it's been a long day, but thank you so much. It's important that we hear from you, so we're really happy that you've decided to stay with us. You saw that we had that BRE meeting, and it was a really crucial meeting for this committee, but we really appreciate you all. With that, we'll turn to our last bill of the day, Delegate Acevedo, House Bill 912.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues. Thank you for sticking it out to hear this very straightforward, very important bill, but also from our student leaders and advocates. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo here to provide testimony in support of House Bill 912, which would allow for academic accommodations for deeply held faith and religious beliefs in institutions of higher education. As we know, public colleges and universities are diverse institutions with students from different cultures and religions who speak different languages, and ensuring that our colleges and universities are not only welcoming but inclusive of all students regardless of religious belief. It is the spirit in which I have introduced this bill that would not only ensure that we are, putting together a accommodations policy that would be promoted, that would be available to students so that they're aware of the religious accommodations. That includes religious holidays, allowing them to be able to take up to 3 absences a semester in observance of religious holidays, and we've also provided, we've also submitted amendments that would allow for up to 1 excused absence for abbreviated sessions, which we know, from summer to winter courses that a lot of students would take. And so House Bill 912 not only allows, promotes religious freedom, but allows students to have a designated space where they're able to practice their religious beliefs, that there is a dedicated space on campus that institutions can have available for students that can come out of existing resources. It's as simple as retrofitting and repurposing a room so that students have somewhere to be able to practice their religious belief and their faith. The bill would also allow for not just the promotion of this policy, but as well as excused absence, as well as a dedicated space, but it sends a message to the entire student body or the student population that this institution of higher education not only sees students of various religious backgrounds and welcome them, but certainly would like them to be accommodated on campus. We talk a lot about mental health, particularly as we are coming out of this pandemic and a lot of our communities are still reeling. We know that faith and religion play a very important role for a lot of students who are matriculating through our colleges and universities. And faith certainly provided me support when I was an undergraduate, and I know that a lot of students, it is a lifeline, it is support, and it is something that will go a long way to ensuring that they succeed academically. And so House Bill 912 would not just ensure that colleges and universities in the state of Maryland have an updated policy, would not only ensure that we're promoting religious freedom and that students are able to practice their faith without discrimination, without fear, but it sends the right message. A number of other states have passed this. More recently, I believe it was Michigan. And so I want to ensure that our state is not being left out and that we're doing the same and recognizing students of all religious backgrounds. With that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I would ask for a favorable report. And I'll just take a couple of seconds just to thank all of the student leaders who are here today, all of the folks that took the time to come out and testify on this really important bill. Really appreciate it, and thank you again to the student leaders for their patience, their advocacy, and continued engagement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
First. Okay. Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, and members of the House Appropriations Committee. My name is Meghna Chandrasekharan. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the University System of Maryland Student Councils, and I'm here today requesting a favorable report on House Bill 912. I want to start off with a quick story today. After going to an elementary and middle school where I was the only person of color who did not follow the religion of the rest of my peers, I felt a sense of isolation. None of the religious festivals I celebrated were recognized, and I never had the opportunity to feel like I belonged in my school community, so I began to renounce my religious faiths. I came to UMBC, and I see how everyone is proudly celebrating their religious festivals without being shamed for it and even appreciated and valued for it. I began to re-explore my spirituality as a Hindu student and found the beauty in my religion. However, even then, some of the religious festivals I observed weren't acknowledged for academic accommodation, because although I'm a Hindu, I'm a Tamil Hindu, and our calendar is very different from the Gregorian and lunar calendar. Professors did not believe me since they were not able to easily Google my festival, and I did not get academic accommodations. Even last week, I struggled to get an excused absence for my sister's Hafsari ceremony because my professor thought it was not a religious observance. Making sure my professor is acknowledging and respecting my beliefs is not something that I need to do. It should be the bare minimum. As a girl who is finding herself through faith, none of these setbacks are helpful. HB 912 guarantees professors to respect my concerns and provide reasonable accommodations. This story is similar to so many students within the university system of Maryland. 83,143 students are minorities in the system who tend to hold different religious faiths than from the majority. Each religion is unique and has their own set of beliefs, traditions, and customs, festivals, and so much more. This bill is a step in the right direction in acknowledging and respecting the various faiths that students observe. This also breaks down barriers that students might face and can lead into interfaith collaboration. I, for one, can tell you that as much as I attend Hindu Student Council events on campus, I'm equally at the MSA, Muslim Student Association events as well, to just interact with others and get to know about different faiths. And I know this is the case for so many other students as well. House Bill 912 is a step indeed in the right direction with no additional cost, and I'm asking everyone here to provide a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, members of the House Appropriations Committee. My name is Zainab Chaudhry. I'm the director of CARE's office in Maryland. CARE is a Council on American Islamic Relations. We're the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. We want to extend our sincere gratitude to Delegate Acevedo for his solidarity and support for student success by introducing this bill. Over the course of the last year or so, our organization has handled over at least 5 cases where students who have been denied reasonable religious accommodations on college and university campuses within the state have reached out to us for support. Especially in the aftermath of the pandemic, as Delegate Acevedo mentioned, many children, students faith plays a very important role in the lives of many students. It provides a compass and framework to navigate challenging times. It helps shape moral values, and you have my testimony in front of you, so I'm not going to read verbatim. I just really want to reemphasize the fact that there are students who are facing challenges on college and university campuses, and they don't feel included, they don't feel welcomed, they don't feel like university and college administrators are responsive to their needs. And this policy, this bill would help make sure that universities and colleges are responsible for developing a policy that would make sure that these students' needs are being centered. The last thing any student should ever have to worry about when they're pursuing a higher education is whether they're going to be able to practice their faith on campus or even like in that space. So we urge a favorable report. You have my testimony in front of you. This bill is really critical to addressing the issues, and today you're going to hear from some of the students who have been directly impacted by the lack of accommodations. And I have to tell you, I don't normally get very emotional when we work on these bills, but it's been extremely difficult to see students trying to navigate the ordeal of not being able to have religious accommodations across the faith spectrum, not just for the Muslim community, but across the faith spectrum, that we hope that you'll help support them by passing this bill. Thank you.
Dear Chair Barnes and House Appropriation Committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevedo. My name is Hassan Ansari, and I'm a current senior at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and I'm also the president of the Muslim Student Association at UMBC as well. To give you all an idea of how much a bill like this means to a student like me, I'd probably have to give you some information about myself. When I came to UMBC about 4 years ago as a freshman, I was horrified of the idea of just having to start over, making new friends, a new campus to get used to. UMBC just seemed like a place I would have trouble calling home. That was until I learned about the Interfaith Center. You see, back then, the Interfaith Center was a place on campus where any member of any religious group could come together to congregate and meet other religious students as well. When I began to come to the Interfaith Center more often, I was able to meet an entirely new community I could feel comfortable in and even find belonging in. For me, I genuinely believe that this was the reason I was able to succeed at UMBC. I was really able to find a place on campus I could call home. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, because the campus underwent some changes, we lost the Interfaith Center as it was a portable building. However, no matter what the nature of the building was on a physical level, it gave countless students a home at UMBC. It gave them a place where they felt like they belonged. It allowed them to feel like they mattered and that they were a part of a larger community on campus, which I cannot emphasize how important it was for students like me to feel that way, especially as a new college student. Without the Interfaith Center, it's no secret that we as Muslims on campus have been struggling, and we are not the only faith group to feel like this as well. However, if the lawmakers here today were to understand the magnitude of this bill and the change it could bring, it would literally revolutionize and better the lives of tens of thousands of college students across Maryland. It would allow them to congregate safely without the fear of harm. It would allow them to build their own respective communities, build interfaith dialogue amongst each other, and lastly, it would allow students to feel like they simply belong, which for many students in Maryland is a feeling that they desperately need, especially if we want them to succeed at the highest level possible. Thank you so much.
Are there questions for the bill sponsor or the sponsor panel? Delegate Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate Acebero, great bill. Thank you for bringing it. I have a question concerning some detail of the language that I wanted to clarify. When you mention it, when the bill specifies that the Institute of Higher Education is required to provide a space on campus for faith-based or religious practices, do you see that as what the witness just said, an interfaith center, or do you see that as a individual space for the different practices that might occur?
Yes, so as someone that graduated from UMBC, I'm familiar with the Interfaith Center. When in the bill, what we're calling for is a dedicated space. We don't specify that it needs to be an entire wing or a floor or entire building. But I know that on some college campuses, for example, at Bowie State University, it's called a wellness and prayer room. At the universities at Shady Grove, they have a yoga, wellness, and prayer room, right? So essentially a place where students can know that there's dedicated space where they can go to, whether it's to pray, whether it's to have interfaith dialogue. And so whatever that looks like, I think we could certainly have a discussion about that. But what in the bill, what we're calling for in the language speaks to is a space dedicated. And I imagine that would be similar to what some USM institutions have right now, which is a wellness and a prayer room.
Great. And just to follow up, and I think, do you have any concerns or do you feel it would be necessary to add language to this to require that such a space or the approach to such a space would be free from harassment from other students, outside parties, people who may not share in that faith's, in the thought that that faith should be practiced? Do we want to add some kind of language to secure people's rights to be able to do so?
I'm open to any provision that would promote religious freedom, allow students to feel safe on campus, but also safe when they are coming together, whether that's students of the same religious belief or students from various interfaith groups. So whatever language that would promote religious freedom and safety of students, I'm certainly open and supportive of.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Delegate Watson.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the bill. I just want to clarify that there are institutions that have policies in place now, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I imagine that they are inconsistent across the board?
Correct.
Okay. And your policy is asking for 3 excused absences if requested. Is that per course, semester, year?
Per semester.
Okay.
And I would also add that we have been in conversation with the government relations team over at USM and know that some of their member institutions had raised one point that around abbreviated sessions, which we are certainly not against. And so it allows for 3 excused absences for what we would consider full semester, fall, spring, and up to 1 excused absence for an abbreviated semester. So in other words, summer or winter.
Thank you.
Delegate McComas.
I think this is an interesting bill, but the devil might be in the details. And my concern is that different religions have different practices. And so it seems to me that, and some of those practices can irritate the folks that have the opposite religion. So if you have a safe space, the question is, and you have different people with different religious backgrounds and beliefs, is that going to cause a problem? As opposed to maybe, if you go to a hospital and they have a chapel, it's kind of like for anybody to go in and pray for or meditate about getting their loved ones better. I guess what I'm kind of wondering is what I'm hearing from the students is that they kind of want a place where they can pray, but also kind of interact with folks of their same religion and, form a community. And I'm wondering if it might be, in other words, one size is not going to fit everybody. And so you need kind of, you need different spaces for different groups that want to gather. And that's just my feeling, because I mean, just the three major religions, Muslim, Jewish, and Catholic or Christian, they're all quite different. And so I just in other words, you want people to be able to feel comfortable. And so if everybody's sharing the same space, I could see where that could be an issue. And so that's all.
Yeah, so I'll just say that there are some USM institutions that have a prayer and wellness room, and how it works, just from my experience, is students that are interested in using the room or meeting, you book it, so there's no conflict, right? There's no, oh, we had the room, or what have you. But also, the goal of this space, too, is, as someone proud graduate of UMBC, I've been a part of many interfaith dialogues on campus. And so these rooms, or this space, serves as a meeting place for folks to have those dialogues. And you just mentioned, the three Abrahamic religions. I mean, and when we have, a space where people could have dialogue, that's where, we build community. That's how we, deal with misperceptions and all of that. And that's also the goal of this bill, right? That hopefully it would not just promote religious freedom in a place where students can go, but also interfaith dialogue as well, which I think is important.
Just a quick follow-up, and I don't mean to belabor this, but that would be, it should be set aside that this is interfaith for whoever. And then but I'm also hearing folks want to find people that are of their same, background and same belief system. So I guess what I'm saying is I kind of see different spaces for different activities. And then if you have, a lot of times Passover and Easter kind of come together. So, so you have competition of rooms. I'm just kind of wondering, I know there's a lot of spaces in universities and classrooms, so they could work it out, the facilities. I'm just thinking that, each school and each student body would have to figure out how they want to do it. And that's, that's their choice, if they can do that. Or if they want to kind of keep it more exclusive and then have the interfaith.
Sure.
That's a really good point, Delegate. Thank you so much for raising that issue. And I think one of the solutions to that would be that in the development of that policy, that's something that the university administrators would be responsible for, making sure that it's equitable and there is a process in place. I think if we start off with having that policy that includes these bare minimum building blocks, then that university can assess what the needs are based on the diverse student population. In some universities, obviously there's much greater need for diverse accommodations. In some universities, not so much, depending on what their makeup is. But I think that if we start off with that policy and having like that bare minimum accommodations that would be provided for a diverse demographic, then that would be a stepping stone for administrators to build on and craft policy that can be equitable for our student populations. But I think this absolutely is an opportunity to improve interfaith dialogue, which we desperately need. I think especially as we see like more interfaith conflict between different communities, that's something I think I would also be interested to hear from students who are here today to testify. I'd love to hear what their thoughts are on that piece as well. But thank you for raising that question.
think you've done a good job of crafting a modest bill that is sort of, I know Delegate McCombs is talking about more, but, I think, Delegate, you've done a good job of crafting a very reasonable bill here, so. Any other questions for this panel? Okay, we have many more panels to come, so thank you all for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Hamir Ziad, Adelef Sharif, Zachary Starr, Hadil Al-Jabor. I apologize if I get any of the names wrong in advance.
Hello. Dear Chair Barnes and House Appropriations Committee members, thank you so much for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. My name is Homera Ziad, and I'm a scholar and professor of religion at Johns Hopkins University, a mentor to many college students who are committed in religious practice, the board president of the ACLU of Maryland, and a mother of 2 Muslim children in Baltimore City schools. I have taught college students for 15 years, and I know that faith and spiritual practice are key sources of comfort and guidance for students seeking a foothold in the uncertainty of their environment in their college years. While many campuses are moving the needle forward on issues of racial, ethnic, and gender equity, religion still is a deeply misunderstood category in the world of diversity and equity. Many diversity and equity professionals lack the knowledge and expertise necessary to incorporate religion into their training and to develop workplace policies on religious diversity and inclusion. In the absence of adequate training, religiously committed students, especially from minority religious communities or religious communities that are racialized, find it very hard to advocate for themselves with their professors when it comes to accommodation for religious practices and sacred days, sometimes facing not just resistance and misunderstanding, but outright discriminatory behavior. This bill supports students in accessing their constitutional right to adequately practice their sincerely held religious beliefs without fear of shaming, retaliation, or academic disadvantage. There is a critical distinction between religious diversity, which is a simple numerical existence of people of different religious commitments in one place, and religious pluralism, which is how communities actively engage with and respond to religious diversity and seek to understand each other across lines of difference and together promote the civic good. In requiring clear policies for religious accommodation, this bill supports religious pluralism on campus and cultivates campus communities that foster genuine knowledge of, respect for, and engagement between the diverse religious commitments that make up our great nation. I unequivocally support this bill and respectfully urge you to vote in favor of it. You would be making a difference in the lives of thousands of students across the state and actively endorsing and supporting religious pluralism on campus, and honestly, religion communities working together for the common good. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, Vice Chair Chang, members of the House Appropriations Committee. I'm Zach Starr. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the UMBC SGA, and I am here to testify in strong support of House Bill 912 on behalf of the UMBC SGA. UMBC is an extremely diverse institution with over 10,000 undergraduate students of many different religious backgrounds. While the university does recognize many religious holidays, oftentimes students are unaware of or unable to obtain academic accommodations for these holidays. In my preparation for this hearing, I found that most of the students I spoke with were unaware of the fact that UMBC has a religious accommodation policy, and students that were often had trouble obtaining those accommodations from their professors because the current policy is vague. House Bill 912 is a reasonable solution to these issues. The bill would allow for students to arrange up to 3 days of excused absences for religious observances and gatherings with their professor at the beginning of the traditional fall-spring semester and 1 day for the summer-winter semester. These absences would be excused, but students and professors would need to arrange for accommodations to be made so that the students can make up the content that they missed. In short, this bill would not be a free pass for students to miss their classes. Additionally, House Bill 912 would improve the visibility and clarity of these provisions by requiring institutions to summarize their policy on the Student Code of Conduct or the syllabus, and it would clarify it for both students and faculty. On a personal note, I myself am a practicing Christian, and while I do recognize the privilege I have as a Christian, I also recognize that Christianity is a diverse religion with many holidays, where many Christians may feel called to attend services that conflict with our class schedules, Ash Wednesday, Good Friday, and feast days, to name a few examples. While it may not be clear on the surface, by giving us an opportunity to arrange accommodations for these lesser-known religious observances, House Bill 912 will benefit us as Christian students. To summarize, House Bill 912 would allow myself and the thousands of other religious students at UMBC to observe our beliefs without compromising our education. For this reason, ask for a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes, member of the House Appropriations Committee. On behalf of Islamic Center of Maryland, ICM, I am here in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. ICM, located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, is one of the largest Islamic centers in Upper Montgomery County. It provides multiple services to the various community members, but one of the noticeable things is the food drives that we have been doing as part of COVID. As part of that, most of the people that were attending and supporting it were thousands of people that are receiving the food. The work was actually done by youth. So we have a lot of practice working with a bunch of youth and hearing from them and how religion is important. We have kids of all faiths that came and volunteered with us to make these distributions possible. The House Bill 912 in question is extremely important, not just for the Muslim college students, but people of all faiths. We had Christians, Hindu kids, we had Muslim kids, all working together for supporting the food drives. We didn't have any problems at any point with having those collaborations. As far as higher institutions are concerned, the rest of the space is important as far as the kids are concerned. My testimony is there as far as ICM is concerned, but on a personal level, dealing with some of these kids day in, day out, there are a lot of mental health challenges that these kids are facing. Providing them a safe space for being able to just relate to each other, to internalize their faith, to talk to one another is extremely helpful. So we strongly support this bill. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for being with us. The next panel will be Yasmin El-Koshari, Tahira Hussein, Lanav Ashanav, and Hazinfa Muhammad. And you can start as soon as you get to the table.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes and House Appropriations Committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. My name is Yasmin El-Kasheri. I'm a junior attending the University of Maryland. And I'm here today to urge you to pass House Bill 912. As Muslim students, we already have a lot of challenges to face. And in light of that, one of the big challenges we face is seeking accommodations for our religious holidays and prayers. As full-time students, we already have a lot on our plate, and the additional stress of asking for an excused absence for a religious holiday that is meaningful to us and our religion and our culture is a bit demeaning, and it should not be a factor. I have had professors explain that I only have one excused absence for a religious reason or holiday, which demeans the significance of our holidays and disrespects my beliefs. Voicing my concerns brought about nothing but shrugs and the repeated, "That's the policy" phrase. It is incredibly mentally draining being denied our constitutional rights while struggling to balance life as a student and, in my case, an athlete as well. This struggle is not prevalent only for Muslim students, but for many other cultures and religions whose holidays have not been recognized by the school calendar. For these reasons, I strongly and respectfully urge you to pass this bill so that the wonderfully diverse student bodies of Maryland can practice their religions freely while excelling as students. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify and for your time and consideration.
Honorable Committee Chair and Vice Chair and
members, I strongly support House Bill 912 and all the testimonies in favor. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. My name is Tahira Musarat Hussain. I'm a proud Marylander, and I'm very active in advocacy and lobbying work in Annapolis and Washington, D.C. on the issues of domestic violence, gun violence, and human trafficking. I'm sure some of members in this room recognize me as an activist and someone whose work has no boundaries. I advocate for everyone. On behalf of the Muslim community and as a PTA mom of 3 daughters who went to public school in Howard County and are now attending the University of Maryland, I have experienced many things which could be modified to make that environment more inclusive for minority, faith-based, and immigrant communities. There is no doubt Howard County and Maryland schools are excellent, but I believe students of all faith should have a designated place to practice their religion and share a safe spiritual space. For many, practicing one's faith gives them sense of comfort. This bill would not only allow our students to focus on their education without worrying about maintaining their faith, it also creates a stronger sense of cultural awareness in our diverse public institutions. I humbly ask for favorable vote on HB 912 to give our children the ability to practice their faith freely while also ensuring it does not disturb their education. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well today. My name is Manav Vaishnav, and I'm here today to testify in support of HB 912 as a concerned UMBC student. I've experienced troubles regarding religious accommodations at UMBC. Finding the religious academic policy itself was a task of its own. I had to look through multiple links and different websites just to find this policy, and it was such a hassle. Reading over the policy, there were some things that were unclear. With no specific number of how many days were excused, I wasn't sure whether or not this day for excused absences counted for a general number or for a specific number. Yesterday was holy, and I had to debate whether or not I had to use my excused absence yesterday or today in order to testify. I shouldn't have to choose between observing my religious beliefs and participating in my civic duty. I bet you that this is the issue so many students face across the state. If this bill passes, I don't have to choose between things that are important to me, and I'll be able to participate in all activities, religious, political, academic, and everything else. Being part of the Hindu Student Council at UMBC, I've also run into many issues regarding accommodations for spaces on campus. We've recently had a fundraiser in one of the main buildings on campus, and although we had booked the space a week prior, we were told to move as another campus organization had priority over us. And then the same thing happened again the week after. And this always keep on happening, and there was no accommodation for us. With the passing of this bill, I hope that more places are provided across Maryland school campuses where people of all faiths and religions can celebrate their events. And I was once told that stories are everything, so I hope that sharing the story urges you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barnes and House Appropriations Committee members. I want to thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. My name is Huzaifa Muhammad. This bill would require public institutions of higher learning in the state of Maryland to develop written policies on reasonable academic accommodations. These policies would allow students to receive up to 3 excused absences for religious holidays during a regular semester with alternate academic accommodations for assignments and exams. These policies would also identify spaces on campus for faith-based activities. In some months, I will be graduating from the University of Maryland College Park, the flagship school of the state of Maryland. And I feel very blessed that we have a dedicated space on our campus for the purpose of practicing and carrying out our various faith obligations, either individually or with our faith-based student organization, the Muslim Students Association. However, that is not the experience of every student who attends colleges and universities. Faith is a core part of the identity for many individuals. It's what we look to for guidance, for inner peace, and most of all, for community. However, there have been issues with religious accommodations in schools, especially in the last year. In the age of unlimited information, some professors are still in the dark about religion, its significance and importance to students, and varying practices that may require academic accommodations, which is why we are here today. Religious freedom is one of the main values that our country was founded on, and it simply makes sense to pass this bill into law so campuses will not only be required to develop policies on providing reasonable accommodations to students, but also to be able to understand the tremendous significance and role that faith has in many students' lives. The measures in this bill would be beneficial to students, but they will also be helpful to instructors in navigating different challenges that may occur when a student's academic and religious duties overlap, which would make them more experienced instructors as a result. This is my testimony on why I support this bill and respectfully urge you to vote in favor of it. Your vote in favor of House Bill 912 would make a positive impact in the well-being of many current and future college students in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thanks again for hanging in there. You guys have a great day. All right, Tahimia Dar, Farah Halel, Flatamu Fofana, and Melanhil Chima.
Good morning, Chair Barnes and delegates of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Farah Halil, and I'm a junior at UMBC and a constituent of District 9B. Though I'm a student regent on the University System of Maryland Board of Regents, I am not testifying on behalf of the board or the system. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Acervero, based on my understanding of the student experience at my own campus and on others across the state. The Supreme Court ruled in Whitmer v. Vincent that the First Amendment protects students and student organizations' ability to freely and voluntarily exercise their religion at public institutions, and that those same institutions cannot inhibit a person's ability to freely practice. Yet, in my experience, there are not adequate accommodations for faith-based practices at several higher education institutions across the state. It is our state legislature's responsibility to remedy this deficiency. As a Muslim, I'm required to pray 5 times during specific periods of the day. During our prayers, we cannot speak to anyone and no one should walk in front of us. It is disheartening that at times there are no places for me to fulfill this religious obligation without interruptions on campus. When designated prayer spaces are too far from my classes or being booked for other university activities like yoga sessions or staff meetings, I have had to pray in empty classrooms, stairwells, and hallways, all while hoping that no one wanders in and disrupts my prayer. Oftentimes, our major holidays fall during ordinary days in the semester, and unexcused absences or an inability to make up assignments or assessments inhibits our ability to take the day off for religious services and obligations. These are just some of my experiences as a Muslim student, but I could speak for hours about the experiences of students across the state and from different faiths. Most campuses are making an active effort to accommodate students' faith-based needs with support from faculty and staff, but some campuses are lacking in basic necessities. Please vote in favor of House Bill 912, as it requires our higher education institutions to fulfill their constitutional obligation to protect students' First Amendment rights by addressing the unique need of the student population on their campus. Thank you.
Dear Chair Barnes and House Appropriation Committee members, on behalf of the Council on American and Islamic Relations, I thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Acervero. For many students, religion is an essential part of their identity, and when teachers give ultimatums, students are forced to compromise on things they should not have to: their religion and their education. HB 912 will allow students to maintain both of these characteristics by letting students in higher education practice their religion without having to be penalized for their actions. As a Muslim student who lives in a county where I'm the minority, I've seen students pass out on the field during Ramadan because they were told if they did not participate in the match, they would be off the team. I've had teachers shame me for missing school during Eid and prevent me from leaving the classroom when I was on the verge of passing out whilst fasting. It's said that our actions have consequences and we're old enough to take responsibility. But you take responsibility for something when you've done wrongdoing. Have I done something wrong for trying to peacefully practice my religion? When a student is sick and misses an exam, 9 times out of 10, a teacher will let them make up the test the next day because they couldn't help it and life happens. And the same should be said for religious accommodations, as life happens and students aren't skipping school, but solely exercising their First Amendment right. It's also important to mention that this bill is not just for Muslims, but all religious accommodations, for every religious student to have a right to not pick an identity, but maintain both. Passing HB 912 is a meaningful way to show students in higher education that every part of your identity matters and that you have a right to keep that near and dear to your heart. Therefore, we support this bill and respectfully urge your favorable vote. Thank you for your consideration.
So, dear Chair Barnes and House Appropriations Committee members, my name is Tamina Dar, and I'm here representing the Islamic Society of Frederick. I'm also a mother of 3. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. As one of the founding principles of our nation, religious freedom is an important factor in the day-to-day lives of many Americans. Growing up, I remember struggling with the dilemma of religious obligations versus academic requirements. Now, as a parent, I've seen my children go through the same difficulties. In reality, the simple accommodations outlined in HB 912 would alleviate a great deal of hardship and guilt for students. Beyond meeting religious obligations, these accommodations would greatly promote cultural awareness, respect, and open-mindedness in the general community as well. By acknowledging and making reasonable space for people of faith communities, we create a more welcoming and tolerant society that benefits everyone. The direct benefactors of the bill will feel acceptance and respect and can practice their faith comfortably and without stigma or guilt. And those who see their fellow students pray, fast, skip a day for religious observation will come to appreciate and normalize diversity. By making a little space for some, we benefit all. Our work today affects more than just religious freedom. It changes the landscape for future generations. I support this bill and respectfully urge you to vote in favor of it. Thank you so much. I just wanted to make a comment about the shared space where you have different faiths sharing the same prayer area. In my experience, lecturing and welcoming students to our mosque over the years, I have found that when people interact, tolerance grows, understanding grows, and respect grows. When you keep people very separated, whatever their thoughts and beliefs are about a particular group, if they're not founded in reality, they continue to maintain those. So it would be great if universities could have separate spaces, but really even a shared space where people can come and just pray and do their own thing, even that would be very welcome. Thank you for your time.
Other questions for this panel? Okay, thanks for being with us. Arzu Parcha and Hassan Ansari. Actually, I think maybe Mr. Ansari already testified. Do we have any other witnesses that are here? Okay, come on up if I've missed you. I had a lot of witnesses, so welcome.
Can I start? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912. My name is Arzu Paracha, and I went to the University of Maryland College Park the past 4 years. I've served as leadership in the Muslim Student Association, the founding class of our chapter of Mu Delta Alpha, a sorority for Muslim women, and in the Vice President of Student Affairs Advisory Council on behalf of the Muslim community at large at UMD, where I've learned religious freedom is important to students and the administration. Looking back to my freshman year when I came in nervous and new, I met some of my first friends in the prayer space at our school who mentored me in adjusting to campus life. I could come here when I was feeling low or stressed and gain healing spiritually. Post-COVID-19 virtual times, this space reunites the community and gives everyone a shine of hope. I've heard horror stories where this space is not available at other schools and students have to pray in the hallway, risking getting stepped on or made fun of by other students, for example. We also have a chapel where students can meet chaplains of many faiths for mentorship. I believe all students in Maryland of every faith should be granted at least some space for their interfaith and for them to practice their religion. Our prayer space was converted into a nice space about 20 years ago from a repurposed women's locker room that we recently renovated to an even larger space in 2021. So I believe finding and renovating an old room or unused space to give students for prayer should not be such a difficult task at all these schools. Given these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 912 and help make a positive impact on student lives.
Good afternoon, Chair Barnes and Vice Chair Chang and the members of the House Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 912, sponsored by Delegate Gabriel Acevero. We really thank him for sticking his neck out for us and really advocating for us. My name is Haris Ansari. I'm currently a medical student at Howard University College of Medicine. And I've been a proud resident of this great state for over 2 decades of the 27 years of my life. And I'm blessed to call Maryland a home, and it has been nothing short of welcoming and beautiful for me and my family. I'm a product of the public school system, and I'm a product of the public university system. What makes Maryland unique is her care and for her residents, and always trying to do right by them. I served as a president of the MSA at the University of Maryland in 2017 and 2018. I represented over 1,000 Muslim students on campus, and that number continues to grow every single year. And every year, concerns over missing classes, exams, or assignments arise due to religious holidays. What are supposed to be days of happiness and celebration with your family become times of stress for students trying to receive reasonable accommodations. And every year, during the month of Ramadan, the Muslim student body sends out a letter to every dean of every college, delineating what we do and the days we may need off. And it's then up to the professors and their mercy upon us to see if accommodations can be made. Just to put this into perspective, having to worry about going to school on Eid for a Muslim student is like having to worry to go to school on Christmas Day. That's the degree of, difficulty Muslim students are going through. And Muslim students, and this is not limited only to Muslim students, go through this challenge every single year. Having reasonable accommodations and the ability to make up exams, assignments, or classes missed due to religious holidays, as this bill states, would be instrumental in creating a healthier, more confident, and supported student body. Again, I wanted to come here today and testify in support of House Bill 912 and to thank Delegate Gabriel Acevedo for his support. Thank you very much.
Any questions for our last 2 live witnesses? Okay, we do have one more oral witness here, so we'll go to Fazul Kabir. Oh, that's my councilman. Put him online. I have to make sure my ties are straightened up. Councilman, it's great to see you. Welcome. Normally witnesses get 2 minutes, but you take your time, my friend.
Thank you, Chair Barnes. Thank you for considering me. Good afternoon, Chair Ben Burns and the members of the House Appropriations Committee. Thanks for having me. My name is Fazul Kabir. I'm a council member of the city of College Park, the home of the University of Maryland. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill HB 912. Our city council did not get an opportunity to review this bill, so I will be speaking as someone who taught at the University of Maryland for 8 years, and also as a parent of 2 of my boys who graduated from Maryland, and also who are happily married to 2 other Maryland graduates. So I have a lot of experience interacting with the students. I have heard many stories, many of them are not so good stories, from UMBA students. That students often struggle to balance their academic assignments, exams, with their religious obligations. We should all allow them to succeed by focusing on their studies without having to worry about how to maintain their faith. House Bill HB 912 will help ensure that our universities provide reasonable accommodations for our students to practice their sincerely held religious beliefs. I urge you to have a strong support, a very favorable report for HB 912, and thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Councilman, it's great to see you. Thanks for being with us. Are there any questions? All right, I think that concludes our hearing. I just want to again emphasize, thank you all for lending your powerful voices to this and for sticking around on a long day with us. It's much appreciated. We're adjourned.